So again, good morning and thank you everybody for being here for the University of Arizona Ethics Workshop. I have the sincere pleasure of welcoming Dr. Camelia Shahid, or Cami Shahid, as many of us know her by, who will then introduce today's facilitator. Welcome, Cami.
Oh, thank you, Natalie. You're always very gracious. Welcome, everyone. I'm delighted, absolutely delighted to be here and to also have the privilege of introducing someone who is not only my colleague, but also a dear friend. Mm-hmm. Michael Hartley, what can I say? If you don't know him, then you're missing a lot. So hop on the University of Arizona bandwagon and get to know this scholar and humanitarian. Michael has been in rehabilitation counseling for most of his life. He is a true rehabber. He has the rehab degree. He's a scholar, a researcher. He's an author. He's written articles. He's written books. He's a teacher. To listen to students speak about Dr. Hartley it's a heartwarming experience. And for me, it makes me say to myself, this is what I should aspire to. One of his specialties happens to be ethics, and you may not know it, but I'm here to say to you that we have a treat here because he knows a lot about this area, and I'm excited about this prospect of this intersection between Dr. Hartley's knowledge and your knowledge and wisdom to see how it all comes together. At any rate, without further ado, I'd like to introduce you to Dr. Michael Hartley. Take it away.
Thank you, Dr. Shahid. I'm blushing here. That was a really wonderful introduction, and I really appreciated the human elements to that, as Dr. Shahid and I, Cami and I have been friends for a long time, so I really appreciate that. I am excited to be here today. I think it's always a good day when we're talking about ethics, and particularly when we're being proactive. So rather than talking about ethics after something bad happened and we're unpacking what to do, this is a more proactive approach to talking about ethics. So I am an associate professor at the University of Arizona, and I saw a couple familiar names as people were logging on, as well as some new names. And so welcome to both groups. Like I said before, I'm really excited to be here. I've been at the University of Arizona since 2011. I very much identify as a rehab counselor, and a lot of my scholarship has focused on integrative care and the complex connections between physical and mental health, including the role of trauma and social determinants of health. And so much of my work has revolved around critically framing the application of ethical principles within a dominant cultural context that has unfortunately devalued and socially restricted the lives of people with disabilities. And so much of my work has targeted distributive justice issues and the importance of both promoting resilience among clients and clients demonstrating resilience, as well as advocating against ableism. And we can talk a bit more about that today. So if you ask me like what rehab counseling is to me, it very much is self-determination, advocacy, and social justice as foundational principles that have guided the history and evolution of rehab counseling. And so I have really been honored in the past where I have served on the Commission on Rehabilitation Counselor Certification, CRCC, on their Code of Ethics Revision Task Force in the past, as well as the American Counseling Association Code of Ethics Revision Task Force. So those are two task forces that actually revised codes of ethics. And in each of those cases, They were about a 2-year process where we would meet once a week for 2 hours, and this was a group of about 12 of us, and we would talk about each standard in the code and think about how clear it is, what needs to be added. We would look at research on what are the most common violations, and we would look at emerging trends in the field. And so I share that because that experience gave me a deep appreciation for, one, the work that goes into professional standards like codes of ethics. But the other part it really made me appreciate is talking about some of the underlying principles. I think we live in a culture where there's lots of different standards and guidelines, and the codes of ethics are great examples of that. And what I want to do today is make sure that we focus on what are some of the things driving those standards. So we'll look at the standards, but I do want to kind of uncover and have you think about what is informing them. So I'm really excited. The kind of today's presentation is really based on 2 major areas. One is the code of ethics, which there's a link there. And then the second one is a scholarly textbook that I've kind of co-edited around ethics and ethical decision making. And so those are the 2 things that are just kind of the resources that are guiding this presentation. So I guess just as we go, before I go into the learning objectives here, and I will read each slide and then kind of add content. I always think PowerPoints are a nice backdrop, but I'll try to verbally paint pictures and provide examples. But before I read through the learning objectives, I did just want to say that if there is a question that you have, I think it might be great to use the chat and just email Natalie or Cami directly, just send them. And then I will try to break at times to get a chance for feedback. Typically as a presenter, I'm kind of very fluid. So people ask questions and I respond, but I think that's challenging for a recording. So I also want to be cognizant that later on people are going to go and watch this. And so I'm going to try to very much just take moments where I pause. And I would just tell you, please, if you're out there and you have questions, maybe jot them down on your own and then wait. And then we can kind of bring those in. I think that's probably the best way to do it with the recording. So jumping in here. So our learning objectives for today are to explain ethical issues related to client autonomy and self-advocacy and rehabilitation counseling. And the reason for that, and probably captured that in kind of the opening slide, is I really believe this is the fundamental purpose of rehabilitation counseling. So we'll talk about different ethical principles. We'll talk about beneficence, non-maleficence. I always appreciate it when I can say those. Some days I can't say non-maleficence, kind of stumbles on it. Justice, fidelity, veracity. So we'll talk about all of those, but I really chose this topic because I really want to frame client autonomy as the kind of guiding principle of rehabilitation counseling. And so if there's 2 principles kind of in conflict with each other, I think we almost need to give more weight to autonomy. And we'll have some scenarios later on where we'll unpack that. It doesn't mean that client autonomy is the only principle, to be clear. We need all of them and we need contextual understandings of them. But I just think that in the work all of you are doing, and which is incredibly valuable and complex, the goal of today is really to kind of increase ethical sensitivity to this concept of autonomy and think about it from a cultural lens of realizing autonomy may look different for different people, may look different in different contexts, but really, if we're thinking of rehab counseling, for me, that is like the guiding principle. Learning objective 2 is to apply an ethical decision-making model to navigate ethical issues related to client autonomy and self-advocacy. So aside from, counseling theories, there's probably no area of study that is more related to the everyday practice of vocational counseling than ethics. And by theories, I mean case management approaches, like kind of the day-to-day tasks that you're doing. But I think that hopefully today, as we step back, you can really see that ethics is very much informing all of the things that you're doing. And so the challenge is that sometimes we encounter ethical dilemmas where there's like a competing or conflicting ethical standard. And in rehab counseling, a real common one can be if the rehab counselor believes something's in the best interest of the client, but the client believes something else is in their best interest. And this would be an example of autonomy and beneficence. Another example could be the client thinks something's in their best interest, and the voc rehab counselor worries there's potential harm. And so each of those, especially the harm, they're very complex situations that we want to unpack. But our goal today is to look at those exact ones. Like when is autonomy, when is there some complexity and it's kind of unclear what the voc rehab counselor should do. And then there's also our own personal morals, values that sometimes can come in conflict too. So I like to use an ethical decision-making model, and I'll kind of walk through it. And again, just like the codes of ethics, I really want you to understand, I'm going to talk about the foundations of the model, which I think will then help as you think about applying it. Like, why is it there? Because I think too often in life, right, we're like, well, I just do this, but I really want to step back and think about why and what goes into it. The third learning objective, evaluate the Commission on Rehabilitation Counselors Certification, or CRCC, Code of Professional Ethics for Rehabilitation Counselors with respect to client autonomy and self-advocacy. So this Code of Ethics went into effect on January 1st of 2023. I did consult with CRCC as they were doing that, and wrote a special issue, an article as part of a special issue around client autonomy in digital contexts, so kind of emerging areas. And so I'll talk a little bit about that today. And then D, the learning objective D, is to formulate strategies for engaging in ethical actions to promote client autonomy and self-advocacy. So one of the things that we'll talk about when we talk about ethical decision-making models is a lot of times when they fail is when people have to take action. And so often, people have a sense of what is the right thing to do, but then sometimes they don't do it. And that can be due to personal risks, which are very legitimate, right? But we want to talk through that and think about how, if you're in a scenario where you're unsure, how do you gain support? How do you navigate it to think about taking an action or not taking an action, depending on the ethical decision-making process, but really that last step to it, the strategies. And again, there's a lot of research out there that, people say, this is what I should do, and then they don't always do it. And so I think it's really important that we talk about that last step and think about what that means. So our goal here in summary is to kind of add to your ethical sensitivity around client autonomy and self-advocacy. I think many of you are seasoned counselors, and this might be more of a review. Others of you may be newer to voc rehab in the field, and this could be a presentation that provides some new ideas. Both are very legitimate. I was very authentic when I said I'm excited about today because we're going to talk about ethics. And for me, that means talking about the person that I strive to be and to take the actions that I strive to take and want to do. So for me, this has a lot of personal meaning. And yeah, I'm very excited about that. Final thing I'll say on the slide before I move forward is that ethical standards do not arise in a vacuum. They're not static. And so when we talk about the code, we'll talk about standards from the 2023 code that probably will be in effect for the next 6 to 7 years. They tend to start revising them every 6, 7 years. But I want, rather than just thinking of those as like cannons that came down from the sky one day, I really want to highlight a little bit of the history and what went into those. And then hopefully in this presentation for you to think forward to how is some of the ethics of client autonomy and self-advocacy going to evolve? Because as a profession, we need to evolve. I always think of it, if we're the same as we were 20 years ago as a field, we're not evolving. We're not getting better at what we do. And I think of that as myself as an individual. I presented on this topic a lot. I presented on this model, and today, as I was going to it, I was very excited to think about it as the next step in my evolution of articulating some of my thoughts and learning with you. And the same is true for the whole voc rehab system, and the same is true for you individual practitioners. And so if we're not behaving ethically, right, we are in a questionable profession. And they use the term deprofessionalization if we are not behaving ethically, and that is leading to a societal mistrust. And so I just say that because I am going to kind of use the profession as an example here. And I just want to say we're all part of that profession. We can't separate ourselves from it. It is what we do. It's a part of us. And also just think of the significance of that when we talk about these scenarios, it's important not to just think of ourselves in an isolated context, but to really think of us being the leaders and the practitioners that are informing the future. Because it's through our actions and choices that we further systems and evolve. So I'll probably say a little bit more about that, but I wanted to introduce that early on. Okay, so I'll have Natalie help me here in a moment. You know, as I think originally in planning for this, we didn't anticipate so many people that would be using the recording. So I've done these presentations in the past, and we've often done a lot of breakout groups. And so I do want to try to do that here. And I also want kind of to wake everybody up. You've, like me, probably been up for quite a few hours, but like, just let's get into the presentation. You're going to hear me talk a lot. You already kind of have, and there's going to be a lot more of me, but it will be also a long day if you're not by your computer actively engaged and writing down your own thoughts. And if you're like me at times, if you're in a presentation like this, you kind of have thoughts throughout, and that's why I recommend writing them down. Some of those thoughts I'll probably answer in a later slide, right? It's likely because you're going to be thinking ahead. Other questions I may not. And so again, that's one of the reasons I have for you kind of writing things down and thinking about those. But I do want to take a couple minutes here, and maybe as I'm talking, whenever I give prompts, I want you to, so let me read these out loud and give some instructions. So what I want you to think about is, can you think of a situation where a client struggled to make a career decision and it became a problem? So this could be, there's pressure. I know all of you have administrative supervision, right, where you're moving clients along. Maybe this is a scenario where a client is changing their mind quite a bit but I just want you to try to think of a scenario, and I'm guessing as you think of these won't raise to the level of potentially like an ethical dilemma, but I just really want to contextualize this presentation in client autonomy as something that is constantly happening, right? And for me, I think of this like a stages of change model of like pre-contemplation, contemplation, and as people are getting ready to make decisions. But so I want in your head, each of you, to think of a situation where it's like you were kind of missing each other with the client. You're like, the client was just, it was just a struggle for some reason. And it was kind of becoming a problem, meaning it didn't seem to be going in the right direction. The second example scenario I want you to think about is where you felt what the client wanted was not the best course of action. And so this could be due to you thought there was a better career choice for the client, or say you thought they would be better fit in a different job, or the job you thought that they wanted, you weren't sure they were going to be successful in it, or you thought maybe there was some sort of potential harm to their health. We know that work provides many good things in our lives. It kind of says, for me, work kind of guides me through difficult times because I'm very dedicated to it. But I've also been in work environments that weren't healthy for me, and work environments that were bad for my health. And so I just share that, whatever comes to mind for you, but I want you to think of, and hopefully everybody can think of either one or two. Can you think of where a client was struggling to make a decision, or a client was really saying, this is the right decision, and you as the voc rehab counselor were like, I'm not sure it is the right decision. And I just want you to think, because this is the other part of this, is to think very descriptively. I think with ethics, whenever, for me it doesn't, but often when people hear the word ethics, it like raises our emotions, like we suddenly look behind us, like, is someone judging me? What's happening? And in our time today, I don't want you to think of ethics in that way. I want you to think about it as more of a statement of how you want to grow and evolve. And I believe everyone in the voc rehab system, and I think in rehab counseling, really want to support clients in making good decisions. So for each scenario, I want you just to think, what did you do? How did you feel? What was the eventual outcome? And really what I'm asking you is what did you learn, or what was the experience like? And so there's no right or wrong here. Of course, we're not going to use client names, right? So no one's going to do that. And you can be careful of what you share. But I think it's really important in a workshop like this that we are able to get some authentic scenarios. So with these instructions, what I'm thinking we're going to do here in a moment, and it is going to take a little bit of shuffling, is I'm guessing that Natalie is creating breakout groups behind the scene right now. And what we maybe can do, Natalie, and you can decide if you want to do this or not, is we could pause the recording, get people into breakout groups, and then bring them back, and we could talk about it, or we can keep the recording going. But I do want people in breakout groups, and if you don't know each other, this is also a great opportunity to support one another. And so reintroduce yourself. I'm going to see if I can kind of step into a few of the groups. So I would say in your group, and these could be small groups of say 2 to 4. We have a kind of nice cozy size with us, is have one person be prepared to summarize what you talked about. So, and really those bottom questions of kind of what was the scenario, what did you do, how did you feel, and what was the eventual outcome. And we'll bookend this a bit later on, so we probably won't have time for everybody to share, but I do want to get your voices in. So Natalie, I'm gonna kind of defer to you at this point if you want to set up the breakout groups or however you want to handle it.
Absolutely. And you were absolutely right, Michael. I was setting up Dr. Hartley, I was setting up the breakup rooms in the background. So I do have 5, looks like 4 to 5 people per group. Is that okay?
It is.
Okay.
It is okay.
All
Yep.
right. I am going to take you on your advice, so I'm going to pause the recording right now.
All right. Welcome back, everyone, from the breakout groups. I had kind of the honor and privilege there of jumping into a group and kind of beginning the conversation within this group. And so I want to share just some of the points I wrote down from the group. There were 5 of us, and everyone had a chance to kind of just share what came to mind for them. And there's a lot of overlap, and yet I also heard distinct points. And so what I thought I'd do is summarize that and then invite the recorder from the other groups just to summarize what was talked about. And there's no right or wrong. I just very much want to ground this presentation, not in abstract, but in the day-to-day, your day-to-day jobs. And let me thank you in advance for that. So if you're watching this as a recording, no, we took a break there. We did a breakout group for 10 minutes, and now they're basically going to be reporting on that breakout group. So I'll report on mine from the group I was in. In looking at these prompts, there was kind of a conversation about, I think these is kind of my own words, and I'll do my best to do justice to the great comments, to the process of decision making. And there were some individuals in my group who are working with some transition aged youth. And I mean, that's a process. If I think all of us think back to when we were trying to make decisions, it's a process. Remember being in elementary school and wanting to be a superhero. I mean, that is just legitimately what I was, early on thinking that would be something to do. But we're influenced as we go on, and as we get closer to the world of work, it becomes much more concrete, right? And so there's also, though, an element of what I heard from my group of helping people understand their options, having informed choice, of even training programs and what those might lead to. There was a conversation about realistic choices, like me being a superhero was not realistic, unless we want to define all rehab counselors as superheroes, which I'm open to today because I think we do amazing work. But just that as a process. And there was a comment about, as professionals, sometimes, and the example here was with a client with a developmental disability, is we maybe we don't see what someone can fully do, and that they need opportunities for it. And, those come from, I think, societal misconceptions about disability. And these aren't things that we created, right? And this is true, I think, without disability too, right? We've all had friends, if you've had family members who say they want to go do something, and you're like, well, I don't know, is that realistic or not? And so this isn't just related to disability, but and the comment was about being surprised and delighted about being surprised. And so sometimes postponing, right, and giving people opportunities for an informed choice to try things is all part of the process. And I think that definitely ties in with transition age youth, but it also, the point was made, it works for adults too. I heard qualities in terms of how participants in my group felt, what they did, things about being patient and understanding. And I think sometimes, kind of trusting the process versus this pressure for an immediate outcome, and viewing these as opportunities for everybody. So the final example that was given, which I think was really great, was about a client who wanted to drive, which makes sense, especially in Arizona. It can be hard to get around if you're not driving. And it was just tying that into a treatment plan. Like it didn't happen quite as fast as the client wanted, but then happened as part of the employment plan. And it was just thinking about choice and client autonomy and what they wanted, and also working with the client of how it fit with the system, the treatment plan. And these are all real things that we need to consider. And so I really appreciated everyone in my group who kind of shared a comment. This is very open. And so I do now kind of want to go through each of the groups, and Natalie, maybe behind the scenes, because you know who was in the groups, if you give a little prompt to one member of each group, or people can just kind of step in. The ASL interpreter said it's fine with verbal comments. And so I'll kind of pause for a second here, let someone else, a group share. I'll briefly summarize and then ask for the next group, and then we can talk, and then move forward and try to, if I can, weave in what I'm hearing from you throughout the rest of the day. So thank you in advance for that. So Natalie, or I'll say one of the groups, who wants to share what came up in your group?
Yeah, I'll give a little prompt maybe to room 1, maybe Angela, Heidi, Monica, Rachel.
Well, our group, we gave a little scenario of what our experiences have. We got it from a supervisor perspective and from a counselor perspective. So what we got out of it is the idea of them having the assessments completed and having harm to themselves is probably the best thing for them at that point. And in my situation, trial and error was gonna be part of it, but it was because it was a demanding on the client for me. So it depends on the situation. As far as I think we were aware of each individual person as is her client choice. Anybody wants to add on, go ahead.
Thank you for that comment, and it'll help me even if I don't get to see your, we'll do other breakout groups, so maybe I'll get a chance to meet you through that. But could you state your name, who just gave that great comment?
Monica Schroeder.
Thank you, Monica. So I heard client choice, I heard assessments kind of as part of that process, and I think there's something very legitimate to say the choice of the client, as voc rehab counselors, the best way for us to support that is sometimes through assessments and ways to showcase that, this is an area that this person can go into and it fits. And so I hear you saying it's almost like having that support a bit and then having that tie in with the client's choice. I think that's kind of how our service system is set up. So it makes a lot of sense to me. So I appreciate that. And it sounds like that was the scenario that was kind of talked about. And I also heard you say the supervisor and case manager, voc rehab counselor perspective, because I think that's also something that's useful about these workshops is when you come together and you can think about those, because those two different roles should support, but they also can have different tensions to them. And so I think it's useful to come at these scenarios from both of those perspectives. So I wrote that down as well. So thank you, Monica. So I think that was group 1. And please, as we go through these, having someone be the spokesperson, I just thank you in advance for that, because I think that is a nice way to move this forward. So group 2 would make sense, huh, Natalie? You can give a little prompt, but we did 1. Let's do 2.
I think you were in group 2, actually, Dr. Hartley.
Check.
So
Check.
look at that. But yeah, room 3, maybe Christine, Jessica, Rosemary.
Hi, Natalie. Hi, everyone. Christine speaking. So I was in a group with some BRCs in different rural areas, and we had a common theme come up just regarding clients maybe in the SMI system and clients that when they don't get something that they're asking for, jump to another office or jump to another counselor. And so we were talking about how counselors wear many, many hats when they meet a client. You have to be an investigator. You have to do that emotional support work. You have to do that vocational role. You have to advocate for them, but yet keep them on, trying to figure out a goal that is right for them and won't do harm and maybe isn't the best choice. And another common theme that came up was clients under SMI requesting self-employment plans with maybe goals that are just not the best fit or not realistic, and gathering the information and the assessments, and also maybe building that clinical team with their BHS department and maybe even the previous office they were working with for some feedback, the supervisor, whoever you can get on that panel to just help guide them, because those are kind of the tough ones, and they do come around to different offices here and there. And so that was our theme for our group. And we were talking about how assessments are your friend, policy is always your friend, helping people understand things and what they can do and can't. And then also guiding them through that client handbook for their responsibilities. We're talking about that magic wand, their expectations. So just so they know they have responsibilities also. And that kind of stuff came up in our group.
Thank you, Christine. That was fabulous. The detail and the richness of it, and thinking about, I loved how you said policy assessments and the handbooks are our friends in thinking about these. I love the thought of client responsibilities, and and I think people, well, we don't always like the word responsibility if it get framed around co-managers of the team, that the counselors are part of this. The client is part of this process, right? We're not going to separate that. It can actually create a more empowering situation, right? Where they realize their voice is important. And so I really liked thinking about those things. I also really appreciated the complexity of the many hats that voc rehab VRCs carry. And yeah, the career, the emotional, the team being really critical, and thinking of that team as almost like across the state as people go to different offices, of the importance of some continuity behind how we are operating. And ultimately the goal, right, is to help someone be successful. One other thing I heard, and I think this is something I'm going to talk a little bit more about today, is the current labor market. And because the clients you're working with are only half of the scenario, right? Well, not even, you're a part of it too, but if you just think it's not working with clients in isolation, but it's thinking about our economy, labor market. I know for quite a few years, I think self-employment has become something that seems very desirable to a lot of people, right? So they're focusing on that. But, we'll think back 100 years ago, I guess you could say that could be true too. But I think the world of work has changed, right? And continues to change. And so particularly, I think working with, clients that have a severe mental illness, SMI, thinking about what they want, how does that fit? And I really appreciated thinking of all of the different stakeholders in that system, including some behavioral health, therapists, could be medications, and ideally these things all work together. So we don't want them in isolation, And so then it sounds what I'm hearing, Christine, is also being very transparent. And that's where the policies and assessments, and these are your friend, because they become kind of the parameters, or like the border of the picture or puzzle. I used to tell my students a lot, like it's like a puzzle and you're trying to get the different pieces, and someone's like, I don't like puzzles, so I do both picture and puzzles, which I don't always like them either, but sometimes I actually like them too. So I like both. So thank you, Christine. That was, I think, some concepts that can return to. And an SMI, just thinking of clients with SMI also came up in my group. So that's also something maybe we can kind of go into more detail in. And for me, that really, I don't know, it gets at a lot of things of the intersection of mental health and rehabilitation counseling. So thank you, Christine. So I think we're up to group 4. Who is the spokesperson for group 4? Fearless leader here.
And we've got Mary, Nora, Femi, Sharon, and Valerie.
It's Mary Gass. I'm a voc rehab counselor in Apache Junction. I think what Dr. Hartley, when you said assessments seem to be of assistance in helping. Also services like career exploration. And I think the overall feeling is that there's a desire to support client autonomy, but at the same time to help them move forward, which is not always easy when people get stuck in certain places. And for instance, a client insisting on becoming an IT professional when he is suffering from a cognitive impairment. And the best thing to do there is one of the evaluations, so that he can hear it from a third party. It won't necessarily solve the situation, but it will bring it to, he just may need a few more years to mature before he can deal with what he needs to look at as a career. And I think it's just sort of that same progression that you were talking about, from superhero forward. Took a year or two to get over that one and move forward. But it is always kind of a dilemma. You really want to support people's autonomy, but at the same time, unfortunately, those superhero jobs are few and far between.
Well said, Mary. And I always appreciate a good callback to like me sharing the superhero. So thank you. It's one thing I love about working, counselors in this profession, is I always think we're good at doing those type of things. So I appreciate that. Yeah, I think the way you just kind of summarized some of the different comments through the example of the client who was looking at IT, and thinking about supporting client autonomy as multifaceted. It doesn't just mean saying that's the perfect career, right? It's about, and for me with the superheroes, the question is like, why did I want to be a superhero? Or like, what was it? Because maybe I can find that in other places, maybe I can't, but what was it? And so,
well, you have, Dr. Hartley. Superheroes are of service to people, and you are too.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you. And that's true for all of us here. That could be our hashtag for the rest of the day, okay? Because I think it is very true. That's right. I do want to help. That was what was driving a lot of what I wanted. And so, here I have ended up where I am, as all of us have. So I appreciate that, Mary. Yes. So kind of as we go forward, we can kind of keep some of these things in mind, right? Of what is our purpose? And I think in particular, as we talk about some scenarios today of my desire to want to be of service and help is like, right, that's why I'm here. That's also a double-edged sword too, because I have to be careful, right, not to then view anyone I meet as just needing my help, right? Or, I'm of the narrative, I want to be of service. And so thinking kind of in a complex way of how to do that. So, and I think, that would be the narrative of a superhero. Natalie, is there one more group, or are those our 4 groups?
No, we actually had 6 groups, so we've got 2 more. We've got group 5, Brandy, Cynthia, Joseph, Mary Helen, and Victor.
Though I can speak for our group, this is Brandy. We had a diverse selection in our group of PT, VRCs, and supervisor. And so we had a lot of perspectives to work with when discussing the questions. And we really focused on, the struggles that a counselor or a client might have when it comes to making that career decision, and if it's really something that the counselor sees as it might not be the best case scenario, the best pathway for the client, how to go about that without causing harm, but also giving the client informed choice, giving them a voice to say, this is what I want to do. This is how I can overcome my barriers to pursue that goal. And something we discussed in our group was really looking at that labor market, looking at the services that we have in order to be able to have a discussion with the client, with their advocates, with their team, in order to really come up with the best case scenario where we can do good for the client, provide them the services they need to achieve their goals, but also without doing any harm to them. If that comes to looking at, here's other pathways that might be a better fit, that's something that can be discussed with the client in a way that's giving them informed choice as well.
Thank you, Brandy. Really well said. And I love the kind of phrase of pathways, of informed choice, and, kind of like that plan. So say someone wants, this is what they want, then, part of our job as guides, right, as being of service is like, well, what does that look like then? Right. And sometimes people don't always think through all of that. I didn't as a child, I didn't think of the real risks of being a superhero, right? There's a lot of potential harm there. Just joking, but thinking about pathways, I love that you brought up the labor market and thinking about what's out there, and thinking about it again. Pathways for me is mapping out processes, and for me, pathways, there's often different places we can branch off. Right. And so, I think most clients are looking for someone to go along that pathway with them. Right. That's what they're looking at. And, can we create opportunities for people to learn and have experiences that help them better understand themselves in the world of work? So thank you, Brandy. That was well said. Something we can come back to. And also think of, like, we don't, do no harm is definitely a guiding principle. And so we're going to unpack that a little bit today too, of, harm to who, harm to what, right? And so, of course, I think when we think of that, we often think of safety, like physical harm, emotional, like those things, but there's also potential harm to client self-determination, right? Which is tied in. So I really liked you bringing that up, as these are all like considerations, is what we're painting a very complex world. And then a little later today, we'll kind of use different models and look at codes of thinking of the complexities that can guide us. So thank you for that, Brandy. Next, what is our next group?
Our last and final group, group 6, we've got Cassandra, Jill, Mark, and Melinda.
Good morning, and hello to Dr. Hartley and Dr. Shahid in our group here today. Good to see everyone. Our group really talked about the cases that are transferred to us with employment goals that are not a good fit, and how to go about that process of making sure that their employment goal is a good fit, both physically, mentally, emotionally, whatever the case may be. And really, it's having that realistic conversation with the client about, like we've been talking about, the potential risks and harm, not only to the client, but also to the individuals that they might be working with or come in contact with. So one of the cases that we talked about very briefly is an individual who has a job goal working with children. The case was transferred to one of the VRCs in the group, and this client had a job working as a child care worker, and her focus was working with 2-year-olds. The issue is that she could not bend, stoop, lift, or even squat to work with children. So the conversation did take place with the client, and a meeting is scheduled next week as a follow-up. So, it was really feeling that as a VRC, we really were not empowered because of the fact that the case was transferred to us, and we were working with that client for the first time. So that brought up kind of the ethical question of creating that relationship and not breaking that client trust, bursting their dream, but providing that information to them in a caring and empathetic way.
Thank you, Melinda. It's good to see you. So it's great to see you again. And yeah, well said. I mean, I think there's something too. I often think if we have to say no to someone, how do we do that in a kind and loving way? And I think for most of us as helpers, we don't like it. So it can quickly be like, why did this happen? And I hear you kind of saying like one of the challenges is transferring cases, and maybe some of the work hadn't gone into the employment goal that did fit, but rather it was kind of a quick, well, this is what the person says they want, let's just do it. And we can also get that and be empathetic to people with high caseloads, and sometimes people are coming and going, sometimes they leave suddenly, so there could be reasons that we can be empathetic to. But to your point, like somebody that puts the VRC who gets transferred the case in kind of a difficult position, because there's been an approved plan. So from a system perspective, the client's like, well, what do you mean I can't do this? Like, this fits. And none of us want to be a dream crusher, right? And so thinking through that larger system impact, and I would say, I really appreciate you bringing up the idea of a good fit. which is something we'll talk about. And part of that good fit, and it given what you shared, it is likely not possible in that current, at least immediate situation, but part of a goodness of fit is also changing environments. And obviously we often think of what are the essential tasks of it, what aren't. You bring up a great case that it doesn't sound like a good fit, right? And so then as the VRC, talking through this not as a deficit of the person, which I know Melinda wouldn't do and none of us would do, but like this isn't matching up well. And either the environment needs to shift, right? Like we have to think about those job tasks and what can be done. And some employers are open to it, right? Others aren't. And it gets complex and can be a tough thing to negotiate, but something else we can talk about is just thinking about, part of our role too is thinking about, do environments change, and are there things that the client can do to help promote that? Are there problem solving and solutions that can be presented? And I don't mean that in terms of that direct one, like there is, I don't, right? These things, it's a process, but I really appreciate bringing this up from a systems level perspective too, of cases being transferred, clients shifting, clients looking for employment goals, but maybe the work hasn't been done to really uncover. And to me, that's the art and science of being a VRC, right? And having the patience to do it. So thank you for that. That fits really well. I was thinking as I kind of wrote down these notes, and thank you all for sharing, is I'm going to try to use these as examples as best I can and callbacks. And I would say, please do the same as you heard from different people. I think these are the idea of some of the tensions with client autonomy and then also helping clients to self-advocate for themselves are really everyday occurrences, right, in our jobs. And so to kind of normalize that and hopefully depersonalize it maybe a little bit too, of like, it's part of the process. It's not me being a dream crusher, but me doing this process that maybe it's a good fit, maybe it's not. I'm a big fan of suspending judgment and saying, well, let's walk through this, right? And being open to shifting, which is what I'm hearing from a lot of you. So this is great. I was thinking, watching our time, Natalie, and I think, what I had originally planned to get through before kind of the first break, we're not going to get through all of it. I can do another, a little bit of moving us forward, but I also think pacing in these for a whole day workshop is really important. And when I was younger as a presenter, I sometimes would become a faucet of just information being thrown out. And I don't think any of us process it that well to do that. So I guess I'll go forward to the next slide, but Natalie, I could use your help in terms of identifying when a good break time is. And then throughout the day, I'll work on the content to make sure we get through everything. But yeah, I want to be sensitive to everybody who might need breaks. So do you have a suggestion for me of whether now is a good time to take a break or I should go forward for a little bit?
I would say 2 slides, Dr. Hartley, and then maybe a break, maybe about
Okay.
10:30.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right. Team effort. All right. So a couple things that I think for me, thinking about history is less about getting into the details of history. I know some people tend to love history. Some people like totally tune out with history. I personally am a little bit in the middle. I'm a big fan of science fiction, and I think of history, not that history is science fiction, but that it can be a lens for us to make better sense of some of the tensions today. Because I think oftentimes we're in the moment and it's hard to see the larger kind of arc of some of what has occurred. So a couple things I just want to highlight. First, which was brought up from your comments, so thank you, is that, VRCs assist persons with disabilities to adapt to the environment, and they also assist environments to accommodate the needs of the individual. And the overall goal is to promote the full participation of, people with disabilities in work, in the community, in society. And so, one thing just to think about is how rehab counseling has evolved. So, right, we have over 100-year history, which is like one of the oldest specialties of the counseling profession. It's important to just think about, early on, the government did not provide a lot of resources or services. And I'm thinking back to kind of Revolutionary War, Civil War. But for a long time, the government wouldn't provide the type of services that are provided by Voc Rehab. And so it was kind of these events of the Industrial Revolution, so the Civil War, immigration, Industrial Revolution, and World Wars I and II, that really kind of led to the birth and then evolution of what we do today. And of course, that has continued to evolve. But I kind of, in today's kind of workshop, just want to highlight kind of the birth, and then I'm going to highlight the 1960s and 70s of kind of the independent living civil rights movement related to disability as two, I think, key factors that continue to really drive a lot of the work and some of the complexities of rehab counseling. So the first part I wanted to highlight was thinking about disability and how it's kind of been characterized historically. And so, in the early 1900s, leading into World War II, so kind of for good 30, 40 years, and prior to kind of the 1920 Voc Rehab Act, there was really a focus on eugenics and the science of how to improve heritable characteristics considered desirable for the human race. And so it was a very much a eugenics model of superior and inferior genes was this kind of false construction. You lead to some really horrific examples of eugenics, of people being sterilized, people with disabilities, being sterilized. The idea was they didn't want people with disabilities to reproduce. There was the Breeders Association, which was like an association in America that was, their goal was to focus on eradicating disability. And you can see this in, cultural artifacts, and of course really leads to very negative things. Another kind of going back tension in the dominant culture is also this idea of social Darwinism. And so this is tied to eugenics, and the idea is the government shouldn't really provide many services. So there was kind of a laissez-faire policy of kind of natural selection of the fittest. And so tied in with eugenics, it is kind of the idea that this false idea that there's an equal playing field, right, in terms of employment. Everyone has the same opportunities, and the people that are, superior are going to rise to the top. And we know that's not true. But thinking about, so I'm going to talk a little bit more because I do think that there's definitely examples of eugenics still in our culture. And so those are still things that I think we're fighting against. And at times a lack of services or, what funding streams are available. So I wanted to just paint a real brief kind of connection with that historically. So Voc Rehab is, to be honest, somewhat of a response to that. I think of, the role we play is to help create opportunities, right? And help support people that are looking for those opportunities. And so the Industrial Revolution shifted the US economy from a small, self-sustaining rural community to unskilled labor in large urban centers. And so I always think of the book The Jungle that I read in high school about the meatpacking industry. And so you have, prior to the early 1900s, where the US is very rural in small areas. And in some ways, I think disability was treated better at that time because it was kind of part of local communities. Generalization, but just thinking about it. And so with the Industrial Revolution, you have people moving to big cities, you have immigration, you see the population rise in the US with big urban centers. And so then they start thinking about, well, what role do governments play? And in a lot of ways, this was kind of controlling people a bit. I don't think it was necessarily focused on client autonomy at the time. There's compulsory education requiring children to attend schools. And I always remember my grade school experience of lining up for the bell and my 50-minute, classes and the bell. And, later on in high school, thinking, well, they were trying to get me prepared for a factory, right? Shift on and off. And the whole system was really about socializing people into the workforce that they wanted, right? And so you have compulsory education. You also have vocational education, which is also kind of in some ways doing stuff similarly. It is assisting citizens with employment decisions, but a lot of it was focused towards trades, areas. The idea was, and it, is kind of tied with the US economy and shifts that have happened over time. And so one thing, as I mentioned, like self-employment today, a lot of jobs in information and technology, and a lot of factories becoming automated. We really there's a pretty big shift from when the birth of Voc Rehab happened and what VRCs were training or, supporting clients, what jobs they were going into to today. And that continues to change. So, thinking back to the origins of it, but then also realizing our purposes change in response to the world of work. So in 1920, right, we have the Smith-Fess Act, or the Civilian Vocational Rehabilitation Act, which established the vocational rehabilitation system to serve the needs of civilians who were industrially injured. So there's our workplace accidents. And over time, we see that Voc Rehab evolves considerably. And you can see that through amendments to the Voc Rehab Act. And you see how it opened to more and more diverse clients. Early on, most of the focus was just on physical disabilities. But you see each amendment from 1920 to today, and there's lots of them, are slowly expanding services. In the 1940s, Voc Rehab counselors start focusing on mental health, mental illness, but that kind of evolves gradually. And we also see the skills and the competencies of Voc Rehablers evolve over this time period as well. And so one thing I would just say, though, is, so while rehab counselors possess a wide range of knowledge and skills, I think it is their focus on individuals with disabilities as competent, capable, and valuable that has historically differentiated them from other related fields in counseling and in the helping professions. And so, individuals with disabilities are one of the fastest growing minority groups in the United States. And disability is inherently diverse in terms of its different types. And so, physical, sensory, developmental, emotional, cognitive disabilities. And the other part, though, is that rehab counselors understand disability as much more than a medical condition, right? We realize that the difference in how people are treated is much less related to a medical impairment than it is to societal messages and the way the world is structured, whether people can enter buildings and how they're treated in those buildings. And so The Americans with Disabilities Act, right, has a definition of disability as a physical or mental impairment that substantially limits one or more major life activities. And so you have the idea of it's not just a medical impairment, but it's impacting a major life activity. Someone that has a history of an impairment, or a person who is perceived by others as having an impairment. So this is really getting at social prejudice, isn't it? And I think a lot of the clients you're working with, I'm imagining, are dealing with quite a bit of that in the world of work, and how coworkers treat if they hear a client, say with an SMI diagnosis, who experiences hallucinations or delusions. There's cultural stigma around that. And so I think the other part here is thinking of this, rehab counselors taking a very holistic lens and with a major focus on environments. So it kind of just, and again, history, there's a lot there, but the points I want to make is one, kind of the birth of voc rehab counseling is basically to offset the social disadvantage of disability. I mean, I really think that is what the birthplace of it is. And there's a lot of complexity around that, but that's how I view it. In the 1960s and 70s, another key shift is the independent living movement, which focused on the use of rehab counseling to promote community rehabilitation for people with disabilities. And so that has underscored the emphasis on addressing problems across all areas of functioning and individual demands. And so independent living kind of comes out of the late 1950s of the deinstitutionalization movement, in which millions of individuals with disabilities are released from institutions, and many people are never institutionalized. Prior to that, particularly from like the early 1900s to the 1960s, a child with a disability might be removed from their family. They might go to a separate school. They would be pulled from the community. And so we see this significant shift to supporting people in the community. And I think that has really guided rehabilitation counseling. It's really guided client autonomy, and really shifted us to think about barriers to employment. And again, focusing on environmental factors and what we can do to address those. And so since the 1970s, there has definitely been that strong emphasis on client autonomy. So this is the right to make one's own decisions, self-determination, control over one's own life, and self-advocacy, act of representing oneself. And so as we think today, these are all concepts that continue to evolve. They're not static, and they are based on environments. They're based on individuals. And so, I think you think of that classic phrase, if you've met one person who's experienced X, you've met one person that's experienced X. So what autonomy, self-determination, and self-advocacy look like, can vary. And I really like that with your comments over some of the complexities when you think about tensions with client autonomy, because it's not a one size fits all. And to be honest, to me, this is the ethic and the beauty of the work we do. So I think this is, a good time to stop, to pause. And then when we come back, I will want to do a quick recap of the shift from paternalism to empowerment and what that means with that history. And that will set us up moving forward. So Natalie, I'll let you take over here in terms of how we want to handle the break. So welcome back, everybody. After we took a short break there, I hope you got a chance to clear your heads and just relax for a minute if possible. And knowing a lot of you probably multitasked and got a bunch of stuff done. That's 15 minutes. But I do hope, as you're listening to this, it ties in with your work, but also that this is this presentation kind of motivates you also for some self-care and thinking of you're at your best when you kind of step back and see the bigger picture. So moving along here, I think, so scholars have argued that, rehab counseling has evolved from paternalism to empowerment. And so paternalism is the notion that people in positions of power make benevolent decisions that remove the decision-making and choice of individuals. And so paternalism can undermine client autonomy. And so thinking back to historic examples of eugenics did not fall out of favor until World War II. And even today, there's parts of it. And so, less egregious than forced sterilization of people with disabilities, institutionalization, or murder, basically killing. The early practice of rehab counseling has been described as paternalistic when decisions are made for clients. So a paternalistic orientation compromises the autonomy of individuals with disabilities by dictating changes that are believed to reflect their best interests. And so as we talk today, this is a complex scenario, right? If you're dealing with a dilemma, it's typically very complex and there's a lot of factors at play. And I really like the comments earlier of thinking of these as pathways, as processes, where we're not taking away decisions from individuals, but it is possible that some of the decisions that clients are making aren't going to get them where they want to go. And, our job is a guide on that and to reflect back and work with them. I think the paternalistic comes in when it's just a hard line in the sand and it's not really with the person, but it's kind of on behalf of that person. So on the other hand, empowerment is this idea of people becoming stronger and controlling their own lives. And this is where we're kind of going in this presentation. So of thinking about the tensions of how that happens. So I spoke to my early career goal of wanting to be a superhero at a young age and wanted to help people, and appreciated comments from all of you. So I think one of the challenges is that given the history of paternalistic attitudes towards people with disabilities, rehab counselors have sought to navigate their unique positionality of, on the one, having expertise in counseling and rehabilitation, while also not abusing their roles and powers as experts that would contribute to notions of people with disabilities as diseased and broken. And so, diseased and broken is elevated language of just, if as helpers, and I'm one of those, I always want to be of service. And so I have to be careful that I don't project that onto other people, right? Just because I want to be of service does not mean that someone needs the particular service I think they do, right? And so this is a tension, I think, between kind of the helper and the helped. I'm a big fan of Ram Dass and just thinking of just the entrapment that can come up with these labels of helper and helped. And so what they do is they take away the humanity of both at some level, because they become very narrow roles. If we define one and they're across the table from each other versus co-managers, that are working together or being together with the client on their journey. And so I think this is actually speaks to when we do miss clients, and I'll just speak for myself, it's usually because I'm not getting at some of the complexity of the client. It's like I have a job to do, right? And it's like, this is the role I have to play. So this is the role I'm playing, but it's not necessarily me thinking of what it would be like to be the client in that moment and how they're feeling. And so people have talked about this idea just as this kind of power dynamic the VRC has power over the client. You have power, and I know sometimes it feels like clients have power in terms of over the VRC as they're shifting cases, or case managers, agencies. There's all sorts of rights that clients have, which is very good. And so anytime we kind of get into this power dynamic, I think we're missing each other. And so part of our role as professionals, kind of ethically, is to step back and just be aware of our own personal motives and values, and realize that, and I'll just speak for myself, like going into the helping profession fits a narrative and a need I have, which isn't a bad thing. These are tough jobs, right? So like being motivated to help is a very positive thing. It's just also being aware of that motivation and being careful, particularly if clients are appearing kind of helpless, which sometimes clients can do, right? Of having all the answers, and rather than me having those answers, of working with the client to find those answers together. And so I think this fits with the second bullet point here. While rehab counselors must be knowledgeable and adept at synthesizing medical information, the overarching goal is to promote empowerment and self-determination from a social model perspective. So really, we're trying to have clients leave where they don't need us anymore, right? Our goal is to work ourselves out of a job, if possible. We're always going to be needed because this is the world we live in. But really thinking about this not as a successful outcome of just the clients being employed, but thinking about the process that went into it, and what that experience was like, and really the goal for clients to feel self-directed, self-determined, and feel like they were able to make some choices and have informed choice along the way. And so, one argument is that rehab counselors are in a position to situate the medical and social models as mutually constitutive rather than oppositional. So really what this is getting at is complementary. Like, I think that there's lots of discussions about the medical model versus the social model of disability. Most people with disabilities, identify benefits of the medical model in terms of things like medications that are available. Doesn't mean everyone should be taking medication, right? People get overprescribed, but the fact that we have some medications is positive. There can be, information that can help people with assistive technology. There's all sorts of advances in knowledge that can help people. I think the social model perspective, though, is people don't like to be treated like patients, and they don't want to be limited in who they are. And so I think for me, the helping prison, the way you navigate it is by being kind of with and alongside and working together, and just being really careful that while the VRC has all of this knowledge that can help the client, it's thinking about working with the client to help them understand the parts they need to know to get to where they want to go.
Dr. Hartley?
Yeah.
My apologies. This is Natalie, but I had a question in the chat, and it was regarding the prior slide. And the question was, why a prison?
Ooh.
Why would you describe it as a prison? Could you define that a little bit more?
Yeah. So I think the prison is using the metaphor that we have trouble escaping from it. Like that we have such a desire for people, and I'll just speak for myself. Like if someone needs me, I'm just ecstatic. Like it's like that's what I want, right? I have this desire to be needed. And so that can become a prison if I don't see other people as being able to self-determine, to be kind of, to have like an equal say. And so that the prison, I think, is just the mentality. It's like the hammer and nail analogy would be another one, right? If we have a hammer in our hand, we go around looking for nails to hit and to address. And so the prison is, if we feel like we're experts in a particular area, like we can unintentionally take up too much space in that relationship, where our desire to be viewed as competent, professional, as experts gets in the way of other people having a say. And so Ram Dass uses the idea of prison kind of tied to identity, and would say it's great to identify with being a VRC. It's also really important to identify with being a child, a sibling, a parent, a neighbor, community member, and to see clients in that same way, to realize that they're those other things. And maybe those roles don't come into play within the voc rehab process, because we also have ethical boundaries, but just the idea that when we see clients, we're not just thinking of them as someone that needs our help, but we're thinking of them as complex humans that are bringing a great deal of background information and expertise on their own lived experience. So I think maybe the best way to think about it, and Ram Dass uses the prison because it's almost like in our heads, right? We get these walls we put up, and we kind of compartmentalize. And I would say one of the tough things of being carrying VRC is you sometimes, it can be emotionally draining. And so it makes sense that we put up kind of some walls to compartmentalize. But his point is, if we don't see those as a prison, if we don't see those as removing us from our clients in terms of like understanding who they are. Again, I'm not saying friend clients, we're not going down that path, but I mean quite the opposite. I think it's about identity and a mentality of seeing clients as complex individuals and understanding them in that way. And so I think that the word prison comes from that notion that it's confining, that it gets in the way. I'm Dr. Hartley, and I'm Michael. I'm a professor, I'm a father. I've been a voc rehab counselor. I've worked with centers of independent living. I've been all of these different things. But sometimes in our helping roles, we forget that, right? And we come in, we're an expert. I'm an expert on this process. So the word prison is just trying to point out how that can be confining. And the other part of this is that a lot of the helping systems, particularly our healthcare system, are really set up to promote that. If you think of the messages that people with disabilities are given, it is to be passive, right? It is to wait for doctors to come in and provide services. And that kind of passive mentality of the client is something that gets socialized often. I remember working for a center of independent living, and a parent came in with their 18-year-old son, and they said to me, we want you to make our son independent. And I remember thinking, well, what's been happening for 18 years? What's been going on? What are the messages that have been given? So the prison is, I think it's a mentality is the biggest thing. And it is unfortunately rooted in kind of our healthcare system, and even like the term professional and professional status that almost depends on clients being powerless, right? We have a system that sets that up, and we're working in those systems, but we just don't want to treat clients in the way. So I think the term prison is that it's confining for both parties, and basically it makes it harder for us to see client autonomy, because we're focused on, well, I'm supposed to have all the answers. And I sometimes see this with early career professionals, kind of before they go in the field, they come into our counseling program and our master's degree, and they really think they're supposed to be experts and give advice and have all the knowledge. And so the prison is kind of related to that too, not being confined by those roles. At the same time, this is identity and kind of an inner dialogue, right? It's not about befriending clients in the community. It's, you want professional boundaries, but when you work with someone, I think the point of this is if you only see them as someone who's powerless and needs your help, you're going to miss them. It's not going to work. And if they view you as the professional with all the knowledge, because people have been socialized to do that, they're also going to miss it. And so I think that's the word prison comes from, Ram Dass. It's actually a chapter that I really love is where that phrase comes from. And it's moving away from this expert that looks for deficits and looks for problems in people versus someone that's nurturing strengths, growth, and realizing those are kind of challenging. And so so the prison is confining. I kind of keep repeating that because I think that's the way it's used. And then the helping part is kind of, I think, the contrast, right, that he's trying to portray. Something else kind of related to this is even thinking about, so in terms of mental health counseling and the diagnostic statistical manual, counseling is a profession that has kind of defined the problems it wants to fix, which can be kind of problematic. And the analogy I'll give is having kind of a plumber come into your house, and if things aren't working, you want that. But if things are working and they start saying, well, that's a problem, that's a problem, that's a problem, is kind of that expert coming in and almost abusing their role versus sitting with the client and listening. So it's a really good question, and one we can return to and directly comes from Ram Dass in the book, How Can I Help? Which really just speaks to the complexities of helping others and the things that trip us up. And I think when it comes to client autonomy, what trips us up is feeling like we need to be experts and almost like not trusting that maybe the client needs an opportunity to try this. Really good question. I feel like I didn't quite answer it. Well, it's a complex answer, I guess. So we can return to it too. So thank you, Natalie.
Of course. I did just want to say the person who asked just did put the comment, and I thought it was a great comment to me. He said, we, as VR counselors, can put up walls that compartmentalize our clients. We need to knock those walls down to empower our clients. Sounds right. And I said, yes, I said, because, and those walls, I think this person is understanding, can sometimes be, just as you're saying, even walls we create with our attitudes or walls we create with our thinking when we kind of take, I'm just going to say, the bait, and we become that expert who does have to have all the answers. And I just want to say to counselors, I recognize that pressure. I think it's very normal in some way to put it on yourself, whether you're the counselor or somebody who's assisting, and you think, I have to know the answer here. I have to know what is the right thing to do. And the thing is that's where the self, comes into play with that advocacy that we sometimes have to encourage, right, our clients to have, and to be okay with, I don't know either, but we're going to find out together.
Well said. And I love the comment that you read, just I think is exactly right. And I love what you're saying of the phrase, I don't know, leads to wisdom, right? It is the first phrase that opens the door to so many things. And saying I don't know doesn't mean like that's everything. It's like, in this case, we need to think more about this. So I think it's a phrase that leads to wisdom and to not feel that pressure. So yeah, I think that's exactly it. I think that's stated better. That's great. Thank you for that. And Natalie, please keep doing that, especially comments that tie in with slides that move us along. So thank you.
You got it.
So I think focusing on autonomy, and this is defined by the CRCC Code of Ethics as the rights of clients to be self-governing within their social and cultural framework, the right of clients to make decisions on their own behalf, is kind of the antidote to paternalism. So client autonomy has the potential to function as an antidote to what considered to be one of the greatest, if not the greatest, scourge of rehabilitation, paternalism. I really like Charles Oroki-Asami, and this because he does quotes like this, the scourge of rehabilitation. How do we kind of keep this principle at the very top? And so in practice, respect for client autonomy is about recognizing the client as the expert on their own disability and their own life, with the VRC supporting the dignity and growth potential of the client. And so, people have talked about client autonomy as really the guiding principle around current vocational rehabilitation. And, as we've, I think, talked about earlier today, is that doesn't mean it's easy. And it also doesn't just mean like we just say yes to everything, right? Client autonomy is something that people grow and develop. I think it's something that I want to say the word earned, and I don't mean that like we make clients earn it, but I feel like this is what we all earn with our lives over time as we make decisions and we adjust and we live our lives. Like it's something that is continually enacted. I think that's what I mean by earned. It's something that we continually engage in. And we really need to make sure that that's the centerpiece of our work with clients. And so client autonomy, I also think we have to think about it from a contextual framework. And so the helping prison is kind of thinking about the roles we take on ourselves as helpers in the way we think. But the other part is realizing for a lot of clients, they may have really had their autonomy limited throughout their lives. That could be through education, special education. That could be messages about what they can do with their lives, and so realizing for me, anyone that's pushing back against that, it's such a sign of strength, and it's a sign of someone trying to navigate their way through it. And it doesn't mean that like their goal or career goal is necessarily going to be a linear path, but the fact that they want to push, right, and they don't want to be limited, I think is pretty powerful. And so I guess what I'm pointing to is environmental barriers and environmental attitudes. And I know for me, for VRC, you're really at the front lines of thinking about clients and environments. And we know there's discrimination, right, in our workforce. We know that people with disabilities are going to experience some of that discrimination. And so our goal is to help support them in navigating it, and hopefully helping them not to internalize that discrimination. And so this overarching goal is really to promote empowerment and self-determination. And I don't think those things can happen without client autonomy. And so this means inclusion of clients in all of the decision-making processes. And so this, rather than like the professional charged with the responsibility for even making an ethical decision or a career decision, right, it's the client and counselor together. And so, I think this idea of a client exerting maximum control over their own life while developing a positive self-concept and confidence is their goal. Right. I think as helpers, that needs to be our goal. Our goal as helpers isn't to fix, isn't to control. It's to help people exert maximum control to live the life they want. Someone in one of my classes, we were talking about the medical model, and the idea would be the medical model always fails because otherwise we would all live forever. Right. Because the medical model is focused on fixing and restoring. and we're not all going to live together forever. So if that's like the logical conclusion, then, and VRCs aren't doing this, but we do know that clients are intersecting with healthcare providers, and there's these attitudes in society where they feel they need to be fixed, and they might have those messages. And I think it's really important to move away from that. And again, thinking of exerting maximum control over one's life. And that looks different for everybody. And I think that's culturally different. In the US, we have these notions of independence, like, which the logical idea would be living alone and never talking to anybody, right? Needing nobody's help. So we also have some problems, I think, in the US culture related to this. And so it's also important to realize there's a lot of factors related to the client of what this might look like and how they would define it.
Mike?
Yeah.
I was wondering if you might take a minute or two to speak to that tension between the dignity and the respect, and the pushing and pulling as a VR counselor, as a VRC, because there are so many demands. And I think that sometimes when we talk about this, it starts to just sound idealistic, and the listeners, our audience, might have some problems thinking about how it directly applies sitting in the office or on Zoom with our clients. I hope that I make sense. You're very good at this. You're good at bringing the global into a very distinct focus, and I'm wanting to draw you into that.
Yeah, thank you. Well, it's helpful. Yeah, I think thinking of individual clients is really important, because I don't think it's a one size fits all. I think a lot of it is process focused, and I share that as someone who very much identifies as outcome focused. A lot of things I do are checking boxes. You talk to my partner, my son, my coworkers, my friends, they'll be like, oh yeah, he's got a to-do list, and if it's on that list or he says he's going to do it, he's going to do it, right? And so I think for me, it's about stepping back. And I think for me, when I've been most effective in working with clients, it's when I keep the larger goal in mind, but I'm much more flexible to how we get there. And it is that, I think, dignity. I really appreciate that word. I think it's, for me, really trying to see the client of who they are and understand, and not thinking of it like a widget, like the idea of people get rehabilitated like they're a car, right? But the humanity and the beauty in that, and sharing that with people. So again, I have my own boundaries of what I share and disclose with clients, but being a person and making sure that they know that about me. And I think for me, when I think of what I really liked early on today, when we were talking about transition age clients, I remember being so lost in high school of what I wanted to do. And whenever I meet with someone who's at that age struggling, I can empathize with that. And rather than think of, okay, I got to get through this, we need to get this person placed. At the same time, and I think you're speaking to this, Cami, is are these pressures on our performance. There are these pressures on, having outcomes. And it's a system that is really set on outcomes rather than process. And I think what I would say is, for me, I just really have to trust that the focus needs to be on how the clients are feeling, and realizing they may have had bad experiences. I mean, if they're changing cases, I think of this as a therapist too. First thing I'll usually say is, have you been in therapy before? What's your experience like with previous therapists? To really just, I guess I'm speaking to contextualize that person And well, what did you like? What didn't you like? Like what works, what didn't work? And I guess that's a process. So I think for me, that's the biggest thing. And again, because it's not client autonomy just saying, oh, that's what you want, that's what you get. It's like, okay, what's our pathway was a word that was used earlier. So I think it's informed. We use the word informed consent, but I think even in informed choice, even that needs to be broken down, right? Because that's not just a one-time sign this. It's continual and it's time consuming. It's a good question. Thank you.
Mike, I just had a comment that came up in the chat a
Good.
little while ago, but to me,
Yeah.
it's just a great thing, like you said. And somebody shared they believe with some of our clients, we are superheroes. If you've ever seen the face of your client when you are helping them with jobs and or going back to school, most are pretty appreciative. It's a great feeling.
I love it. It's so true, and we are. And I personally am driven by that feeling. So I love that quote because for me, that helps me tolerate things that I don't put on my client, to be honest, right? Because I'm like that, I'm going for that, which puts sometimes more pressure on us, right? Because we're really focused on the client's reaction to that. And we totally are superheroes. We just have to deal with a lot of processes, right? And sometimes red tape to get there. But absolutely, to me, that's why we're doing all of this, right? And if things aren't working, to step back and to go to the client, right? I think anytime we're removed from the client is when we have to be really cautious. So thank you for sharing that, Natalie. And I hope people keep sending you comments, because I do think this is a nice way then for you to kind of sprinkle them in. So thank you.
Yes, no, everybody keep sharing. It's appreciated.
Good, good. So some other things just to consider with this, because I love the superhero analogy that, I had not planned, but we kind of jumped into, and I really do love, because I do think it really fits the work that VRCs do. And I think part of that work is just being aligned with the client. And so there's often things in order to set clients up for success that we need to do behind the scenes, and that we have our roles and responsibilities. But the other part is helping clients learn to advocate on their own behalf. And I think that this probably comes more into play if someone is being placed somewhere, or I often think of things like situational assessments, where, someone is trying out a job and the environment needs to adapt, right? And there's times that the VRC needs to step in, and there's times that, attorneys need to step in, right? If there's been discrimination. But really first trying to think about, rather than doing for, really thinking about doing with. And so client self-advocacy, client learns how to advocate on their own behalf rather than letting others advocate for them. And that doesn't mean that as a VRC, you don't advocate on behalf of clients. It's just also trying to contextualize in your work with clients of helping them to the point where they actually don't need you, as a really powerful thing. So principles of client self-advocacy: whenever possible, the client, not the counselor, is the advocate. The decision to advocate is an informed decision made by the client. And the focus of advocacy is typically to challenge environmental attitudes, behaviors, and policies that are marginalizing the client. This can happen within our own agencies. This can happen in employment sites. And I think this is also trying to get at, so as my superhero analogy, there's times it really pains me if people are experiencing barriers. Like it angers me, right? I want to get rid of them. I'm desperate to do that. And for me, this lens is like, okay, yes, channel that desperation to get rid of this as something that isn't just stepping, that is working with the client to do it. And so some of the scenarios I have later today are just really focusing on when there is a challenge, and I think even within service delivery systems, how do we really prioritize and privilege the client's voice? And I think really thinking about that in all of our interactions, like how do we privilege that and accentuate that? And so this was meant to just be a brief introduction, but we're going to go into more detail into that. I'm going to skip over this breakout. We'll do one a little later, but I'm going to get through a bit more content before we take our lunch break.
And I'm just going to share a comment that I got. VRCs wear many capes. They said they were going with the theme.
Let's go with the theme. I love it. That's exactly right. Many capes. I like that. I like that. Like many hats, many capes. Oh, that's great. The shift kind of now here, as what my notes for our break is to think about, to tie this whole conversation to the codes of ethics and to think about the difference between values, ethics, and morals. And so I think these often get confused. And so thinking about values as things you hold to be worthwhile, these are kind of intrinsically, they're kind of within us, but they arise from our experiences and interactions with our own culture, the world, the people around us. And I think that this is where I was sharing, I think, this idea of thinking of autonomy and choice, not as in a vacuum, but as a process that we all come to. And if you think of any major decision you've made in your life, right, it didn't just happen. You thought about it, you explored it. And so if we value kind of autonomy and choice, we have to think about that in our own lives. So one thing that often happens, though, is values are going to have a powerful influence on us. And if we're not aware of those, they're also going to influence how we approach ethical dilemmas. And so, values could be, and they can be, around those principles of things like autonomy, beneficence, non-maleficence. I think particularly if you're working with someone who's under the age of 18, right, we have a very kind of, at least I do, a very strong moral value on protecting children and youth and supporting them. And so if I see people not being supported, right, it really angers me. And so these are ingrained, they inform our ethics, but we also have to separate them from that. So in professional counseling, values are kind of the things inside you that you care about in your personal life and your professional life. But ethics refers to kind of acceptable behavior. So they're the standards that specifically guide how to act in a specific circumstance. So the example on this slide is if the value is, love, family relations, you value, marriage or personal relationships, the ethics would be, in this case, married people do not cheat on their spouses. This is the guideline that goes into it. So it's informed by values, but ethics tend to be more focused on the actions, and they more on specific behaviors of what's acceptable and what isn't acceptable. One of the challenges is there's lots of different ethical theories that arrive at completely opposite acceptable or unacceptable behaviors. And so if you think of Nietzsche versus Kant, just thinking about different ethical philosophers historically, they're going to have different things. So this is not static, and it's really important to realize while ethics is a direct interpretation of what is good and bad, this is still something that people are going to differ on. And so morals, they're kind of in contrast to ethics, are more getting at Sorry about that from my note here. So they're going to guide the behavior, they're going to guide ethics, but they often tend to come from, we think of professional ethics as codes of ethics, and morals are something that is broader. And so you can think about how there can be an ethical guideline that someone might view as immoral in their own life because they have either a religious perspective on it. It's kind of an issue of principle for them, and it can be in contrast to ethics. And the reason I have these is we're going to talk a little bit more about these three things. And some ethical dilemmas kind of emerge when these are in conflict, or we have trouble separating them from one another. And so, one thing just to get at this is thinking for yourself the question of, is it ethical and is it moral? And for you, what does that bring up for similarities and differences? What we're focused on here is kind of ethics within the profession, and what are the ethical guidelines, and those are directing us how to act, but then we have to contextualize those within the client, the environment. But I would ask you I think for me, that's when I often think of, is it ethical or is it moral, as two separate things within that profession.
Dr. Hartley,
Yeah.
someone made the comment, which I thought was very apropos. We must be very careful not to impose our values when working with clients. We always maintain moral ethics.
There you go. Yes. So we separate from, right? And yes. And so we have to be aware of those values then. And this also can be part of that kind of prism that keeps us away. That's a great comment. Yeah, I love it. So often, and especially as we gain experience, we hopefully become better at that, right? But it is kind of like good ethical hygiene. I've also met people that have struggled with separating those things, and then it kind of becomes a worse scenario because for them, it's like they're struggling to separate those two things. And so codes of ethics have really focused on requiring ethical decision-making models to help recognize the difference between values and ethics, and think about how they might play out differently in different contexts. So we're going to go through and talk a little bit about one particular model. And I'm going to really focus on highlighting some of the underlying influences to this model, just because I think it pulls up different things. And you may approach our scenarios later today in your own practice. Some of these might make more sense than others, but I really want to just focus on what are some of the underlying principles behind this particular model, because it does bring in things like principle ethics and virtual ethics, virtue ethics, not virtual, virtue, and contextual considerations. And so a couple things as we move forward today with it is realizing that in any situation, you need to account for both facts and values, right? And I think it's also important to differentiate what those are, but those are going to influence how you're going to approach it. I think a lot of the work that VRCs do and counselors do is kind of in the values business to some extent. I think clients come to us they want a valued career. They want a worthwhile life, right? And so they're often looking to us for those. And it's really important that we're aware of what we think is valued, and at the same time not project it onto clients. So try to think about helping them identify what is of value to them, like in a career, in a life. And so separating those. It's important, decision-making models are important because codes of ethics, and I kind of shared that I've been part of writing a few, are reactive in nature. So they're actually after things that happened. And they have to be written general enough to apply across a range of settings. And so one example related to technology is, we don't say, the codes of ethics don't say don't friend clients, meaning on Facebook, because they want it to be broader. And so they say, don't have, personal virtual relationships with clients, which isn't how anyone talks in the world, but is trying to get at a broader concept. And so similarly, when it comes to autonomy, which is going to be sprinkled throughout the code, it's going to give examples of what is informed consent, working with clients on kind of being co-managers. And it's also going to really try to get at ethical judgment. So, and I think this is one of the challenges of counseling and being a VRC is it's not just a job, it is the practice of a profession. And so what that requires is a lot of judgment and commitment. So kind of as we go through this model, helping to identify some of those things along the way. So another part here, so the Tarvidas integrative decision-making model of ethical behavior, I mentioned this incorporates principle and virtue ethics and introduce some contextual considerations. Themes or attitudes in the model are maintain an attitude of reflection. And so this is throughout and kind of continued reflection at different moments so that it's ongoing. Address balance, and I heard the word balance earlier today when we talked about some of the challenges of client autonomy between issues and parties involved in an ethical dilemma. Pay close attention to the context of the situation and utilize a process of collaboration with all rightful parties to the situation. So involving others. One of the key parts of this model is that ethical decision-making is teachable, it's learnable. We often tend to begin with our own moral compass. So things we learned in school, in religion, in our homes, from our parents, of what it is to be a good person. But then also kind of separating from that and thinking about the professional context. So while we're carrying that with us, that isn't the only thing that's driving our decision. So the kind of Tarvidas model, and this was my mentor who spent her early part of her career really developing this model. And then I worked with her to kind of apply it and further it and have it connect with codes of ethics. But in her early work, in Velia's early work, my co-author, she looked at Karen Kitchener's work. And this was the idea of when faced with a novel situation, typically we first go to our intuitive level. And this is just our everyday personal and professional moral wisdom, like that we were raised with. And it's both conscious and non-conscious. And it's almost like that feeling of, have you ever just felt something's off, but you can't quite pinpoint it? And so a lot of people kind of rely on that moral compass of their own, of their background and their culture, where they've come from. The argument is that works in some circumstances, but if it's a particularly complex scenario, then people move to more critical evaluative. And this is where they go and look at a code of ethics. They look at laws, they look at agency policy, and I heard those as being your friends, right? Assessments, information. The argument is that by doing the critical evaluative, you hone in and you increase your intuitive level. And so every time you go through a challenging ethical decision, you are kind of growing internally, and it will help you navigate future ones. Doesn't mean it won't be time consuming, but you'll have, by being committed to thinking about codes of ethics, thinking about contextual aspects of taking different perspectives of clients and other stakeholders, it's going to raise your intuitive level. The other influence on Vilia's model is based on the work of James Rest. And he kind of broke this into 4 stages of making an ethical decision. The first is sensitivity. If you're in his work, this is where morality and ethics get talked about kind of similarly. His argument is if you're unaware, there's a potential dilemma, like you're not going to do anything else. So sensitivity is raising awareness of that there potentially is something going on here. And so hopefully just talking about this morning, we're kind of raising awareness of client autonomy and some of the challenges or complexities that could come into play. Once a VRC is identified, like they're concerned, right? There's something going on here. They move to awareness. And so awareness is interpreting this ethical dilemma. So awareness can involve going to look at codes of ethics, policies. And so you start to kind of break down, what should I do, right? What is my process here? Judgment is the third one, is thinking about some of so not instead of codes of ethics, thinking about things like your environment, how your supervisor is going to react, how your peers are going to react, how the client's going to react, thinking about the things we carry with us, kind of the non-moral. So I want to be a superhero, right? So let me say, I got to tell a client, like, I can't support this treatment goal, and I wouldn't say it quite like that to a client, but let's just say decision making. I say, okay, I can't support this. That doesn't feel good as a superhero. That's not the superhero I want to be, right? So I have to reframe and think through, because if I go into it thinking that way versus stepping back and thinking, well, what if we get some more information? What if I talk with the client about other options? What if we get a plan together that will help this person explore this career and ultimately probably be more successful than me just saying, go for it? I have to reframe that. And so the moral judgment is kind of our internal factors that would go into the decision we want to make. And then the last one is character. And this is where James Rest said most people fail to move forward, is the courage needed to act on a moral decision. And I forget, he had a percentage of the number of people that get, they can do 1, 2, and 3, but it's in the character that's hard. And one thing I would say to this is I don't think we can think of any of these things as happening in a vacuum. So courage and character are also something that need to be supported. And so we shouldn't feel like we're out on a limb on our own in these. And so we can talk a little bit more about that when we talk about strategies a little bit later of implementing an ethical decision. A couple other pieces here in VRC, so in voc rehab counseling, there are these kind of ethical principles, and principles are really getting at what should I do? So they go back to like Aristotle and Plato, and the question is, what should I do? And the idea is it's a rational decision. And so from the lens of principle ethics, typically you would come up with a decision. And so we're using the example of supporting a client's career goal. Perhaps I shared this already, like maybe beneficence, we think a client could be doing more, it could be doing something else that they would be better at. And so we don't want to support it for that reason. Maybe we believe non-maleficence, that there's potential harm to the client going down this path. Maybe we believe justice, like supporting this for this client isn't fair to other clients. So those would be on one side of saying not supporting the decision, depending on the scenario. And on the other side, client autonomy would be, well, I'm supporting client autonomy. And so you need to from a principal ethics, you consider both of those things carefully, and hopefully by considering those, you think of a solution that's going to move forward. But from a principal ethics perspective, they also would say, typically the number of principles on one side, if there's more than one, or whichever one has more of those, would probably be the way you'd lean. However, they would also say, at least I would say, autonomy needs to be pretty high up there. And of course, non-maleficence, to do no harm. But for me, there's also the idea of doing no harm to a client's autonomy, right? So being really thoughtful about the scenario and what we're doing. So principal ethics is very much like a rational, and it's very focused on what should I do as a rational choice, which has been critiqued. It's part of the model, but it's not the only part. The other part of the model is virtue ethics, which is really more about who do I want to be? So it's less focused on the rationale than it is in the how, in what we're doing and how we're doing it. And really is more related to identity, character, and thinking about the way we are and who we want to be. And so, things like prudence, long-term goals, good judgment in the face of uncertainty. This could be considered a virtue or a character ethic. Respectfulness, respect individuals or communities. Integrity, integration of justifiable moral values. Humility, attitude of modesty that comes from understanding our place, such as not taking our desires, successes, or failures too seriously. So these can be mapped onto principal ethics. I mean, they kind of are, for me, they're different lenses, but they do all inform, I think, what we do and how we do it. And so the Tarvitas model is incorporating both.
Dr. Hartley,
Yeah.
This comment came in right after the principal ethics, so perhaps it was the answering what are examples of these principles in rehab counseling practice. But somebody commented, I showed a client a resume of the job he wanted on ONET, and he changed his mind about being an RN. Smile.
What a great strategy, right? What a great strategy of working with the client, being together, letting the client make that decision, and not forcing it, but really going in with, let's look at this. And what a great example and practice of supporting client autonomy, right? And I think there's lots of strategies like that, which is what I think is the dignity. It goes back to Cammie's kind of comment of, I think that's how you do it in practice. I love it. I hope that felt good too. And there was a smiley face you said, so yeah.
I loved it.
That's great. So yeah, so when we get to some scenarios later, I think we'll talk about the codes of ethics and some of the standards. We'll also talk about principal ethics and virtue ethics. And then ultimately, though, we're going to try to think of solutions and strategies like that, where we're not being paternalistic, we're not taking away a client's right to choose, but we're also helping that client explore what that actually looks like, which, again, for all of us, I think makes sense. If you think of the life decisions we've all made, they're processes, and the VRC is an important part of that process. So the model uses those kind of rest stages that I went through to gather different information at different stages. And the reason really for me in presenting this is I appreciate how this model has brought in a lot of the literature and a lot of different influences on ethical decisions into a particular way. However, these don't need to be linear. So while it says stages 1, 2, 3, and 4, they can be different. They're going to be recursive. So not thinking of these as like going up a ladder, but really for me, these are all just our considerations. And it begins with being sensitive, and it ends with a plan of action, right? And so in the middle, there's all sorts of different things that can happen. And so in stage one of this model, it is meant to enhance sensitivity and awareness. And so one of the big things here is we talked about kind of the moral intuition. So maybe you think something's, I'm not sure about this, like, I don't know if I can support this client's goal, but I'm also feeling like I don't want to shut the client down. And so maybe that's the starting place to think about it. And so you would then want to think of the major stakeholders who have ethical claims. And one of the parts of this model is it starts with the VRC and the client, but it goes outward, and it goes to the treatment team, and it goes to the VR agency, and it goes out and out. And the comment of cases being transferred, right? Like as you're navigating this, realizing you're part of a larger system, and part of a larger profession, right? And so thinking about the different claims that different stakeholders have is really important. And so we're prioritizing the client. That's what our code of ethics says. And I think that's why we're all in this field, but realizing there are other major stakeholders, supervisors, and thinking through what their ethical claims are. Other clients, say clients here, you do one thing with one client, and now they want this in another way. So there's lots of ways to think about this, and we'll walk through it. Another part is engaging in fact finding. And I would say, like, looking at the registered nurse, it sounded like an RN CV with the client was fact finding, right? And the other point is you can do this with the client. And so maybe that alone shifts things away. So stage one is kind of gathering information, what you need to know, and enhancing sensitivity.
A little follow-up comment that person
Yeah.
added. I love it. They say, we both laughed. He was very appreciative about looking at what this career needed to be successful. He is doing well with another career goal. It's great.
I love it. So those are us being, that's the superhero narrative there. It's doing it with, and it is, you know, in collaboration. What a great example that both people laughed, which is good. And it opened the door then. So yeah, so I think that was actually a nice example of stage one, if you wanted to go down that path, and just fact finding alone led the client to make a different decision, right? And it did not need to, it was collaborative, it was done in the right way, right? And rather than the VRCs looking it up and then reporting to the client, look, you can't do X, Y, and Z, it was done collaboratively and in a way that opened. So that's great. So let's say that didn't happen. Let's use this example of the RN, the client that's looking to be a registered nurse, and the VRC shows this, and you know, the client's like, well, I still want to do it. And the VRC is a little hesitant. You know, you could look at, so in stage two, it's about kind of formulating, this is more principal ethics. So this would be actually where you could do an ethical analysis, where on one hand, you'd say, I'm supporting client autonomy. On the other hand, depending on the scenario, maybe a client going into that career could be a risk to the client or to others, right? Maybe there's something going on there. So you either have, you know, beneficence, non-maleficence, maybe it's a question of justice. But basically in this stage, you would really be trying to do that ethical principles of thinking of them, what one fits on each side. And you would probably generate a list of potential actions. Typically, you really try to narrow this in a decision-making model. And so in our scenario, it's, do you support the client's goal to pursue an RN as a career, or don't you? And it doesn't mean like it's that simple, but you're really trying to narrow it to help you see the principal components. And again, this is, what should I do? You would consult with supervisors, right? That's always a good idea. I love what policies are your friends was a comment earlier. assessments are your friends, as a comment mentioned earlier. So you could continue to gather information too. So in stage 3, this is where you would think of the kind of non-moral values and thinking of your own blind spots, thinking about, and it could be you really want to support client autonomy, but in this case, the situation is that you really can't, but that doesn't feel right, right? That doesn't feel right for you. So you're tempted. And there was the scenario, I think, given earlier of someone getting a employment goal from a previous VRC that wasn't a good fit for the client. And so maybe this is how that happens, because it's like, well, I don't have it in me to redirect this or to do this. Other things could be you feel a need, could be pressures from supervisors, right? Just support the client or not support the client. I'm just kind of playing devil's advocate here. But you would think of things in the environment. You would think of contextual influences. And this could be from yourself, the client, the treatment team. Maybe the scenario is you really need to support the client in this, but the treatment team doesn't, or the supervisor doesn't, which then is going to influence how you approach this. So kind of adds a kind of a personal component to this. And I think one of the things for me at this stage is always thinking, what would people say if I heard I made this decision? And so if I don't support the client or I do support the client, what are people going to say in the agency? How am I going to feel about that? It doesn't mean that influences what I do, or it doesn't mean it determines what I do, but being aware of it ahead of time is really important to be successful. And then the 4th stage is actually executing. And so this is James Rest's stage of thinking through the reasonable sequence of actions, documentation, making sure there's clear support for the decision, thinking about who would be an ally in making this decision, and are there any barriers to doing this, and then figuring out how to carry out the decision. And so, and you could go back at this point, if you didn't like where it was at, you could go back to any of the previous stages. So I also tell all of you, the most important thing is to stop and think. That's really what this model is saying, is rather than feeling like you need to kind of forge ahead, just stop, think, evaluate, consult, and think about the different principle ethics and virtue ethics. So just to give you a sense of kind of the contextual factors, the idea here was at the top is the societal level, and it goes down, institutional level, team level, counselor client, and then thinking of the impact on both the counselor and client of their family and the community. And so when it comes to disability, right, we've already talked about things like eugenics. We've talked about the societal level and maybe even the institutional level. Those things can impact. So this is one way just to think broadly that this is not a decision in isolation. And I would say this is also a time to think about, can environments change? So say the notion of someone being a nurse or a teacher, and there are those requirements for lifting or moving things, can we shift those too? So there's also ways to think about this from a more ecological perspective. Okay.
Just a comment, Dr. Hartley, someone shared, as VR counselors, we are ethically responsible in making sure that the client doesn't choose a career goal that can set them up for failure. This could be devastating and damage the relationship with the counselor and client. Trust becomes an issue. Client trusts us to help them.
I love that. Yeah. No, we want to set people up for success, right? Like setting people up for failure is no good for anybody, and leads to a lot of harm. And I honestly think, and I'm guessing this is coming from experience from this comment, that the VRCs out there, the minute they say that to clients, most people hear that. If you say, I want to set you up for success, let's think through this, most people pause and say, thank you. So I really like that as a frame too, of then maybe walking through some of these things. And I often think a lot of the conflicts that we have are miscommunication, misperspectives, people coming from ethical but different places. And so I really like the things I've been hearing about working with clients around these, and this phrase of setting people up for success. Yeah, thank you, Natalie. That's a great comment. All right, so I kind of got caught up there. One thing I wanted to just kind of share here, and I don't know, Natalie, what you think about timing, but I know we're kind of getting close here to lunch. I'm going to save any breakouts, I think, for when we come back, just because I do like to give us at least 10 minutes, and then I really want to hear about your comments. But one thing I'd ask you to reflect on is to think about some of the virtues in your own lives, and thinking about how your current work culture influences how you live your virtues. And I really think we can all kind of lift each other up in how we approach client autonomy and how we work with people. So, I think I'm going to postpone any breakouts till this afternoon, but there are two that we can kind of talk about as a group. And I do have kind of the code of ethics that we'll go through some, but I really want to highlight the underlying principles. And then I do have some scenarios this afternoon that we can kind of walk through and think about how to apply. And I'm also very open to each of you bringing kind of your own scenarios to an extent and thinking through them, which I feel like you're kind of already doing. So I don't know, Natalie, you direct me here. How are we doing in terms of our timeline? Am I too early?
No, I think you're right on time. It's 12:05, which I think most people are kind of used to taking their lunch around this time. So I think it's a great time to pause. I'm going to go ahead and pause the video.
So welcome back, everybody. Those of you that are live online, and those of you that are watching this as a recording. So I'm glad we got a lunch break there. And, if you're like me, I did a little bit of multitasking, but I also did take a little time off. So I hope that you were able to over the break. So I was really pleased with this morning and getting to hear from you and kind of talk about some ethical principles, virtues, and think about applying them. And so this afternoon, application is the focus. And so I do want to start off, before we talk about the CRCC Code of Ethics, I want to start by doing a breakout room here and getting everyone talking again. I will say selfishly, my favorite part of the morning was hearing from you. And so once again, I think that's a nice way I can try to weave in get a better sense of some of your thoughts. So this time we're gonna kind of do a breakout room like we did before. And I would like one person to kind of volunteer to report what's talked about. And now I want to and there was already some examples I think shared this morning, but I just want you to think about a situation where you supported a client's autonomy when it was difficult or challenging, and or two, where a client self-advocated successfully. And I want you just to think of each of these, of what did you do? how did you feel? What was the eventual outcome? And again, kind of what did you learn? And so what I'll do with this one is more try to tie in to things with the code of ethics, and then we have some scenarios that we'll talk about. But I do kind of want to begin by hearing from you. So I'm sure that Natalie's working on the breakout rooms again. And when we do break, this time it's Natalie do 15 minutes. 10 minutes was just a little short, at least in my group, for getting everyone a chance to talk. So I think 15 is a good amount. And again, this is an ethics presentation, so you can just talk generally, but think about from an ethical perspective of that situation, either think what the tensions were or what you did, but most importantly is just step back and think of a situation where you supported a client's autonomy, even when it was difficult or challenging, and or a situation where a client self-advocated successfully. And then when we come back, we'll do like we did this morning, get a chance to hear from some of the groups, and then we'll go and do the CRC Code of Ethics and some scenarios. So Natalie, I'll turn it over to you to guide us.
Oh, sure. So I have recreated the breakout rooms, and I've noticed just with folks not coming back, it looks like there might just be 2 to 3 folks in a room, but I have set that to 15 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and open all the rooms now. And actually, before I do that, I'm going to pause the recording.
So welcome back, everybody. I feel like we just went to like a commercial break, and here we're back together. So I'm really excited to hear just what came up in the breakout rooms. And then we're going to kind of use that examples you share, just considerations you have kind of for this afternoon. And, you know, thinking about, you know, Natalie mentioned this to me, like a lot of ethics presentations focus on like all the things that are wrong. So they start off with like do no harm, which is very true, but they don't often lean into, well, what you should do. And I do remember going to a lot of workshops and reading where I heard a million things I wasn't supposed to do, and no one ever told me what to do. No one ever said lean this way. And so in this, we're really trying to lean towards kind of client autonomy and self-advocacy, self-determination, as you know. So I'm very curious just what happened with these scenarios. There's no right or wrong. And again, we're not using any client names, but really just trying to think of what came up for you in these scenarios. And it doesn't mean that the scenarios need to have turned out successfully. I actually think we often learn a lot when we don't, what we would do differently. So I also don't want to put any pressure on any of this. This isn't meant to have all the answers, but hopefully through sharing what came up in each group, we can kind of just start to get some examples that we can use as we go forward. So I'm just going to start with group 1. This time I'll let kind of each of the groups share. And let's start off with group 1. Who is willing to share what came up in your group?
Dr. Hartley, I'm not sure which group number we were. I think we are group number 1.
Go for it, Paul. Go for it.
I'd break the silence. We had the 4 of us in the group, myself, we had Kasai Welch, Danny Lebrecht, and Angela Andreessen. And the number 1, where they talked about the client autonomy, both Kasai and Danielle had similar clients that wanted to get into the nursing field. Well, Kasai's client, what he did was he showed the client, okay, this is the job description, this is the education levels, this is what you're going to have to do. And the client very quickly realized, well, you know, this may not be for me for whatever reason that was, but we did have a good closure, and the client became a case manager. So instead of becoming a nurse, you know, he was able to turn that around, and that worked out good, where Danielle, she had hesitations because the client wanted to be a nurse, yet the client had a history of seizures. But she wanted to let the client run with it. So the client started running. She knew there'd be stress and long hours. She ended up getting a 4.0 with her bachelor's, got her CNA, and she's still on her way to getting her RN. And isn't it great when they get us? Their advocacy said, no, I'm going to do it. And they did. I loved Angela's perspective because she talked about, you just have to, and I'm going to paraphrase, you have to give them just enough rope to go with it. And they're either going to, realize that, or you're going to realize as a counselor that, wow, they're really doing it, or the client's going to realize maybe we should pull back a little bit on that rope and start fresh. So Angela's been a counselor a long time, as long as I've known her, and her position was just that. Let's see them go. Now on the self-advocacy, I'm not a counselor. I'm a home modification coordinator, contractor by trade, and I came into a case where the client, they had one arm. They went to the contractor school. They got their license. They got a truck. They were developing their business, even went through the self-employment review committee because all they wanted, one last item, they wanted a dump trailer to haul their waste and their equipment and their materials. And because of policy, it was shot down. They said, look, it's not in policy. It's not on the exception list. It's on the no way list. So when my partner and myself, Sue LeGue and myself got into this, we said, how bad do you want it? He goes, I really need it. So I brought it up one level to my to my previous supervisor, Brandy, who brought in our administrator. The administrator did some work with Brandy and they figured out, we don't know where that policy came from, but it was because of the client's will that really pushed, the whole team, the counselor, myself, Sue, everybody, the job coach, everybody was just cheerleading this on, and they were actually able to reverse the policy through DES. And the client not only is an unbelievable success story, but he lives on the Navajo Nation, and he made a contact with the person who manages all of the shopping centers. He not only got the paint contract there, he's doing other work all over the reservation. And from us being able to, run with them, he was actually able to have an unbelievable case closure and a great business. So.
Thank you, Paul. I love your reaction. I can just imagine it, the way you're painting that, of the power of this. And so much rich, great examples. And I love a policy, because policies usually get created for a reason, but we often forget why. This is a lot of advocacy is about, that is actually asking, why do we have that policy? And then it goes up, and what a powerful story. Just thinking of, and it's about following the client in each of those, following the person, right? It's like ask, how important is this? Okay, then let's see what we can do. And I love your description of Danielle's and Kasai's clients, and just even the differences. Both were successful in figuring that out. And I would say both are stories of resilience and success and self-determination, even though the outcomes are different, right? They're very successful, and it speaks to the process. So thank you, Paul. That was great. It looked like you even took notes there as you were sharing what you heard in the group. So I really appreciate you jumping in and conveying that. Very powerful.
Thank you. And our team, RSA, counselors, supervisors, staff, they have the heart right in the right place. They listen. And do we get it perfect every time? Absolutely not. But I got to tell you, the end result of, I would say 95% of the projects they take on we have successful clients, All right, well, thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Yeah, and yeah, thank you. That is something, as whenever I present on ethics in VR, I really do want to celebrate all the great work that's being done at VR. And we do have it down a lot better than a lot of other system agencies. And not about being perfect, but it's about remembering these stories, celebrating them, and then as we keep going today, unpacking what are some strategies that worked, what are some reminder for us. So that was great from group one. So group two.
This is Natalie. I just did want to share because I got a chat from actually one of Paul's colleagues there in the group, and she said, sometimes as counselors, we need to put our pride on the side and see what the client is believing in and work with them. Client sometimes knows best. And then a big smile.
Oh,
Completely
I love
agree.
it. I love it.
And that was actually group two, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Group one was actually Christine Colon and Heidi.
Hi, everyone. I forgot what group I was in, so thank you for the reminder. And there was only two of us in there, so we talked more in general terms, just about supporting client autonomy and what that looked like. And when I was previously in a supervisor role, one of the biggest things I always wanted to help or do was just encourage all of the kind of transition age students who wanted to go to college or picked it as a goal, and maybe we were weary or unsure of what they could do there. My theory was always, let them go, let them see what it felt like. Let's see, they may surprise you. They may decide it's too hard. They may find their niche through that semester. But I don't think it's our place to say, no, that's too hard for you. I think it's our place to set them up for success, walk them over to the resources, even if it's one class at a time. Let them experience it, feel it, see how they do, and take it from there. So that was one of my biggest pushes in that role. And yes, it may be a lot of paperwork, and that's another part of it, just having them navigate all of that and learn all that it takes to apply for college and all the documents that you need. And if they're getting all that back to you, that is a sign, that is all green flags that they're going to do well. And so, we have to go in thinking that way. And it could be just, sometimes they get their goals from what parents do or people that they admire or mentors that they have, but going in, feeling it and saying, yes, this is for me, or no, this is not for me, or no, this is too hard. Even failing the course, that's a big learning experience, and also just as important as the success, because they're going to learn that on their own and not take it from our mouth or our word. They're going to say, yes, this was a little hard. Maybe I need to adjust this, come back to it, or whatever it is, sit down. What was so hard about it, and figure it out. And you're not going to know that or find that unless you allow it. So that's what our conversation was about.
That was great. Will you share your name, as I'm just kind of tracking I really appreciate those comments. So who is speaking?
Christine Cologne.
Thank you, Christine.
You're welcome.
Yeah. No, that's great. I love the success building over time, right? Success builds on success. And rather than getting caught up in long term, it's like, well, let's try one class at a time. I really love that. I loved your focus on, thinking of telling the client, just how did you feel, asking the client, right? Having them experience this, and let's see, how did it feel? And reframing, if a client's not successful in a course, is that not being a failure, but a learning opportunity. So really, I think very powerful. And I also really appreciated the goals when you said, where do these come from for people, right? Is it family, friends? Really, I'm always one of those that's trying to has meaning. Why do you want to do that? And I think it tied in well too with what Paul shared earlier and I think it was Kasai's client wanting to be a nurse and then shifting to a case manager, right? These are all helping roles. You're doing those things just the job, it's a part of the process. So thank you, Christine. That was great. Group
welcome.
3. Yeah, thanks.
And just a reminder, group 3 was Brian, Jessica, Rosemary, and Sharon.
This is Sharon. I can tell you that group 3 must have had too many carbs because we failed the assignment. We did breakout discussion number 3.
That's okay. Hey,
So we are ready for you next time.
No, just describe what came up there, because actually this
Sure.
could be useful. So what came up?
Yeah, so we talked a lot about, especially coming into Arizona from other areas or being from, smaller rural areas, that how years ago there wasn't a whole lot of exposure to what we're exposed to nowadays. So learning about all of the different disabilities that could potentially come up. Like I came from a pretty sheltered area in Pennsylvania where we had one VR counselor for the entire state at that point, that many years ago. So I worked behavioral health. I didn't know all of the other stuff that was out there. So coming out here was quite a culture shock. And that was kind of across the board with the group. But just the learning of everybody else's, the disabilities and the abilities that people have with their disabilities was really eye-opening to us. And, I know for myself coming in way in the beginning, I was like, no, there's no way that person can work. There's just no way. And now I'm one of the biggest cheerleaders of, nope, we're not quitting on you. We're trying. Let's do this. Let's move it forward. So that's where our virtues came from, was really about opening our eyes and looking at the world and just being willing to absorb different, right? And not just sticking with what we knew, but being willing to learn. So that was kind of the general consensus for our group. I'm not sure if anybody else wants to add anything.
Fantastic. I hope you felt good sharing that at the end of your virtues and the not giving up and the learning, because I think we can get worn down by the world at times, but it is a way of being. And I really love that exposure. I love the idea of the culture shock a bit too. And I think there's the reality of we kind of can be a bit siloed in our lives. And VR is serving lots of different individuals from different backgrounds, disabilities. And so I do a lot of work with the American Counseling Association. I'm on their governing board, and it's a membership group of 60,000 counselors across specializations. And rehab counselors, I'll tell you, we get the complexity. We work with clients that have some of the most complex scenarios due to either multiple disabilities, co-occurring, but also environmental impacts, social determinants of health, integrative care. And we are those people that see the potential. I'll tell you, when I've presented on the concept of the helping prison at times, and when I've gone to ACA and said, why don't we have a consumer group here? Why don't we ask clients their input on this policy or legislative piece? Everyone looks at me like I'm from Mars. And I'm just thinking, if it was us as a group, we would be following the clients and we would be really living that, not like, okay, we have a treatment goal here, we have to check this off, that we ask this question, but really at the core of what we do and how we do it. So I think it was kind of fortuitous there that you did the virtues question, and it adds to the richness and will help us going forward. So thank you for that. Group 4.
And group 4 was Brandy, Mary, Nora, and Femi.
Hi, it's Mary. I'm a voc rehab counselor in Apache Junction and Dr. Hartley's student formerly. And Noor and I ended up talking about one of my cases that I actually have right now. This lady, I wasn't sure that she would be super successful in a nursing program. because she had been in a block style nursing program 7 years ago out of state. And if you did not pass one of the classes, they took all the credit away from you, which is kind of harsh. Anyway, she surprised me, and she found a program out here that would accept her credits. And she educated me as to why it was right for her. And she educated me as to where she would find tutoring if she needed it. And basically, she advocated for herself so well that she won me over. And I still, I want to be wrong, but she would be a fabulous nurse because she has years as a patient care technician / CNA. And her practice itself is golden. It's just studying that's the problem. So anyway, she got me on both counts, and I still have questions in my mind, but I really want to be wrong. This woman deserves to succeed.
Thank you, Mary. That is a fantastic example of giving people opportunities to convince us. And we are working within a system, right, with policies and assessments. And to become a nurse, there is the education piece, but I am always struck by, sometimes I think the classwork stuff is not the most important thing for the success in the field. And
well, I'm also lucky because I have a supervisor and an APM who will listen to why you're doing what you're doing. They don't just say no.
That's powerful. You need that, because that's not, and it's good to appreciate that, right? Because that unfortunately isn't always the case, but you got people all thinking the same way, and what great things can happen.
Yeah, they just, they're very focused on wanting to help clients.
Yeah.
And that's my focus as well.
Yeah. Which fits, right? It's but I think have to, especially with complex scenarios or ones that we're unsure about.
Yeah, you wanted to be a superhero. I wanted to be a circus clown. They both help and entertain people.
I think we should go on the road, you and I.
I think we could do real well, actually. People need entertainment.
They do. That's great. Well, thank you for that. Natalie, is there a fifth group?
There is. We actually have a fifth and a sixth group. For group 5, we had Cynthia, Joseph, and Victor.
Hello, this is Victor. Yes, so my team was or is Cynthia and Joseph. And I think Joseph's gonna share his story, but the one that I have is actually touches both. And the situation that I was presented during COVID was very unique and awesome. A huge learning experience, and also due to the success to this story was also the support of my supervisor, Valerie Kelly. And what we did was I had a client who used to live in Arizona, but right on the edge of Arizona. It was about 4 hours away from here, from Page. I'm actually a counselor, a VR counselor here in Page, Arizona. And he was stationed in, I forgot the name of the community, but it's about 4 hours from here. And part of the Navajo Nation. His disability, the disability he had was multiple, and it was mainly doing with his memory. However, he wanted to become a marine biologist, a solar panel installer, and an animal caretaker, I believe, which require high education. So we went through, the first challenging part was to find a vendor who will actually go out there. That took a minute. And during this process of the elimination process, we went through each, what is it called? Each career that he wanted to test it out. So the career explorationist and myself will actually spend time and walk through everything and talk to him about the severity and the investment of education on this, on the careers he wanted to go to. So he started to go, okay, I see that these are a lot of education is required. So what other opportunities is out there? So not to discourage him in any way, my supervisor and myself had to reach out to other organizations to team up for this unique scenario. So we got him qualified with Navajo VR. So Navajo VR and myself and my supervisor learned about another program in Flagstaff, I think it's called the Dejoni Foundation. It's a group home for Native Americans that they help them develop the work skills, and also they are able to live on the facility. So I was able to persuade him and his family members to try out the program. And because the client was also part of the SSI, he qualified for another program. With the intervention with VR, Navajo Nation, SSI, he was able to go into the program for free. When he was in the program, he discovered that he was very, very good with landscaping. So this was about 2 years ago. So he became a landscaper for the organization. And I think now he's one of the lead operator of that landscaping business that's helped support that organization. So that's our success story on that one.
I love it. I love it. That's great. Thank you, Victor. Did you say Joseph had a story as well? Or was that kind of a story to share from the group?
Yes, sir. I think he did have one too as well.
Yeah, I have one. So I had a client who was working in a small community just over the border in California. They wanted to work for the state. They had worked in the state for the state in the past, but they had been unemployed for a long time, and they found themselves working in an area where there was very few people that matched their demographics, and they were getting a lot of uncomfortable actions and language from particularly their supervisor, but also from probably 80% of the people they were working with. And they were concerned about passing their probationary period, which was actually 6 months long, and they were on Ticket to Work, and Ticket to Work told them they could receive their full benefits and not have to pay anything back, and even if they were approved to pass their probation. And so they really wanted this to be successful, but they were concerned they were not going to pass their probationary period. And they were just felt like they were getting targeted, and they were having a difficult time trying to figure out how to navigate this. So we had a lot of discussions about it, just the two of us. And then we also, brought the vendor that had helped them out with JDR into the conversation a little bit. And then we would keep in touch and talk about it over the entire, 6-month time, because I think they realized this probably about a month and a half in, that they really were concerned. So we probably talked about this for a good 5 months or so. And they did pass their probation, which meant that they could have ended up staying there. So the person who passed them, even though they may have had to have that employee in their small office and if they decided to stay there, and they chose not to. The employee, the client, wanted to move on to a larger, more urban area where they, felt like they weren't pushed back because they, didn't fit the majority demographic. But so it didn't end up being successful, and they were able to use the support that that myself and the JDR provider, gave them to advocate for themselves in their own, work situation. So that's the story.
Thank you, Joseph. Thank you to both Victor and Joseph. And I think one thing I'm struck by is that, good work takes time. And it just makes me think, as both of your stories talked about, other agencies, other entities, support, kind of ongoing. And it just also makes me appreciate personally thinking of these as things that take time, right? And opportunities and the complexity, which is really what I think VRCs excel at. And I think the experiences I'm hearing here and these success stories really illustrate. So yeah.
And openness is also a piece, a thread that is obvious through a lot of these stories that we're hearing today, is that willingness to be open and put aside one's ego, right? To be willing just to explore an option. It's beautiful.
There's a, oh, I'm so sorry. There was a chat that came through, and I think this person is just spot on of what you're talking about. They said clients will work hard to be successful if they see that you care and are willing to put the effort in to help them be successful. This is of a job in which we have to have a servant attitude, in which we think of the needs of the client. I believe in the servant leadership model, thinking and supporting the client needs and efforts to help them be successful.
Well said, well said. And I'm also a big believer in servant leadership. And I think if people believe you care, it's just the cornerstone to so much. And so that, I mean, it's funny, in our micro skills course, we're teaching counselors, and I was joking that we're teaching them to act like they're listening, like all the skills that would show. And I was like, so you're learning these, but really just listen and you'll be okay. And I think that's what's also speaking here, right? We do need to demonstrate that we care, but it begins with truly caring, right? And believing in, and I think that comment it's so spot on of following the client and caring and within the system too, right? And that it's ongoing. It's just kind of a way of being that, as I'm hearing these stories, are lifting me up. So they're making me feel good. And I really appreciate hearing that. Thank you, Natalie, for sharing that comment.
Yes, and we do have one last group 6, and that would be Cassandra, Jill, and Valerie.
This is Valerie. Just real quick, we have 2 stories. I'm going to share Paul's story, the one he talked about. Yeah, we worked on that one. That was one of our stories, and another team member, Jill, is going to share hers. Hers is really good too.
Please, that's great. Did you get muted? Sometimes I'll actually inadvertently mute myself.
I think that Valerie was saying that Paul had stolen our thunder.
Oh,
Yes, he did. Paul Berry.
He took our story, but I did want to say that I have a disclaimer on this, Dr. Hartley. It's not plagiarism, because I actually wrote this in a class for you, but it happened to me, so I can say it again. I had a client who he had an intermittent explosive disorder, which I'm not even sure is a real diagnosis in the DSM, but I wasn't super excited about getting him. I'll acknowledge, because he had just gotten out of prison and he had killed 3 people in a drunk driving accident. And I, all of you who just sucked in when I said that, that's probably a result of our virtues, and it prejudices some of us against, what our clients want to do. And the more I worked with him, the more I started to support him. He worked really hard, wanted to be a truck driver. So, there's that little, is that ethical for somebody to be a truck driver that killed 3 people in a drunk driving accident? I helped him write to the judge and get his fines reduced. They reduced him by $30,000, and he was able with his church to pay the other 10, and he became a truck driver. And that was something that I had to really step back from and offer him my support, even though I wasn't super in on it. But Valerie said something while we were talking about how sometimes we've had cheerleaders when we were aging, when we were growing up, and it is our time as a counselor to become that cheerleader that somebody else was for us. And I think that was a really good way to say it. We just have to cheer our people on sometimes and see what they can become. And that was our deal.
Well, thank you, Jill. I think that's very powerful, and it's not always easy, but I do think the cheerleader fits. And I also think always remembering, people shouldn't be defined by the worst thing that's happened or that, they've been a part of. Like, it speaks to opportunities, it speaks to working with people, and we can get kind of caught up, right, in diagnoses, in acts that have occurred, and it doesn't mean we condone those, but at the same time, right, I think it speaks to us at our best when we see that broader picture, right, and we realize what could be if we really believe in people and support. So very powerful. Thank you. And lots of support for client self-advocacy, which I really love hearing. What I think we'll do now is I'm going to kind of just go through, not too fast, but some slides of the Code of Ethics, and then we'll take a break. So I'll go a half an hour here, and we'll take a break, and then we'll do the scenarios and get you thinking about some cases and maybe how to apply some of these concepts, which I think you already have. It'll just be interesting as we think of the scenarios and how to respond. These are great comments. So I've already kind of shared with the CRCC Code of Ethics, and codes are just one, they're an important kind of defining document, but they don't, in a vacuum, they won't help. And so what we really need is some of the values and the ways of being and the openness that I've heard from all of you today in focusing on what's most important. And it also strikes me, because I see this a lot, of people that become righteous with codes versus doing what's right. And so as we look at these codes, they are statements that are meant to be very broad, and so they all need to be interpreted within context, and the statements themselves need to be interpreted within the larger code. And so the big part I wanted in this slide is to just note that a certified rehab counselor and VRCs, even if you are not a CRC, are the only professional counselor who has demonstrated a breadth and depth in knowledge and skill necessary to serve individuals with disabilities. And this is actually written into the code and one of CRC's main points when they talk about the code of ethics and the certification. And then the last bullet point here is a CRC is the bridge between the individual and self-sufficiency, helping clients live fully integrated lives. And I'm just struck by that, because everything that comes after the 60 pages of standards, if you don't take that bullet point first, the rest isn't going to really make sense. So I do like to highlight that. I'm going to kind of go through some different sections that are most relevant to client autonomy. Whoops. And again, they have to be kind of contextualized within the larger code. But I think they really, to be honest, just give us a validation and support for all the things I've heard today. So these also code of ethics can become very useful in supporting how we approach our work. And so in section A, which is the counseling relationship, this is part of the introduction, and it says CRCs, and I'm just going to use voc rehab counselors instead of CRCs. So voc rehab counselors respect the rights of clients to make their own decisions about matters that affect their own lives. And that also means decisions that we don't necessarily agree with. At the same time, we do have an obligation, as everyone shared, is to be kind of on that journey with people. The second bullet point here is voc rehab counselors make reasonable efforts to ensure clients make informed choices about every aspect of the rehabilitation counseling process. And so when we think of informed choice, that is not just a one-time event, right? That is ongoing, that is reevaluating. And I really appreciated hearing the stories of working with clients throughout the process on that. So standard A1B is rehab counseling plans. So voc rehab counselors and clients collaborate to develop client-centered, integrated, individualized, mutually agreed upon written rehabilitation counseling plans. And I know there's lots of agency protocols around that as well, both in voc rehab and in just about all agencies. But I think hopefully from the first half this morning, we can really understand the significance of that. And that's what I meant when I said in this presentation, I really want to get at the underlying principles, not just the written statements, because it's in our application and the way we live these that's important. The second part on this slide is voc rehab counselors and clients regularly review rehabilitation counseling plans to assess their continued viability and effectiveness and revise them as needed while respecting the client's informed decision making. And I have heard that over and over from you today, which I think is very powerful. So then standard A1E is actually titled autonomy. And if you look at the CRC code of ethics, there's a glossary where they define autonomy, and that was on one of the earlier slides. But one thing that's important for you to know is there's a difference in the code between the introduction and preamble and glossary versus the standards themselves. So this is an enforceable standard. And what that means is if a counselor didn't do this, that was a CRC, they could receive sanctions. I don't know why a counselor wouldn't do this, but if they didn't, this is an enforceable standard. And so it is titled autonomy. Voc rehab counselors respect the rights of clients to make decisions on their own behalf in accordance with their cultural identity, values, and beliefs. So, I think that's pretty straightforward, but just understanding that this is enforceable, right? This raises the level of the statement and the significance of it. Second part here, Decision-making on behalf of clients that limits or diminishes the autonomy of the client is made only after careful deliberation. And so this is being very careful, and this basically is saying it really has to be some pretty clear harm, almost to the, think about it in terms of if we're going to break confidentiality, right? We know that confidentiality is the cornerstone of trust. If a client tells us something in confidence and we break it, that's going to harm the client. It's going to harm how the client views his other counselors and potentially harm the whole counseling profession. And so it would only be done if there is like clear and deliberate threat to the client. And even then we would hopefully inform the client. We would have a whole process. And so I just want to say similarly, this is saying making a decision that limits or diminishes the autonomy of the client has to meet a very high threshold. And that's what they mean by careful deliberation and documentation. And if that happens, the third point says, folk rehab counselors advocate for clients to assume responsibility for their choices as quickly as possible. So there are times, right, where someone isn't in a state where they can make informed decisions, right? There could be reasons for that, but just to be really clear, the standard has outlined the significance of autonomy in a way that, you know, is up there with do no harm and, you know, act in the best interest of the client. Standard, and I kind of pulled from the code. This is the current code, some of the major ones that I just thought would inform our scenarios and really reflect, I think, what I heard this morning and so far today. So standard A3B is informed consent. Voc rehab counselors respect the rights of clients to participate in services, it kind of goes on, and to make decisions to refuse any services or modality changes. And so, again, we have to be really thoughtful and realize that clients have a right to make bad decisions too. I love that all of our examples so far are like almost the corrective nature of the counseling relationship. Like, let's look at the duties of the RN and someone shifts and becomes a case manager, you know, but it doesn't always happen. And we know that as well. So realizing that is a right that a client has. Voc rehab counselors ensure that clients are advised of the benefits and or consequences of such refusal, which makes sense, right? We do have our responsibility to really outline what are the consequences of those decisions and what they might be with clients. And the third bullet point here, Voc rehab counselors recognize that clients need relevant and adequate information to make an informed decision regarding services. Informed consent is ongoing and needs to be reassessed. One really important part of informed consent is comprehension. And I feel like that's been getting more attention in the last few decades, but even the language we use, I think as helping professionals, having clients repeat back to us or in whatever way they want to, making sure that they do comprehend and you know, that they're not coerced, right? That they understand the choices they're making, which, you know, is not always. I guess the point of this for me is just thinking about how do we kind of boil down when clients are making decisions and almost doing like decision making with them rather than saying this is what's going to happen, like let's walk through this. And I feel like the example of the nurse and going for that career was a great way of doing that, right? If it's not going to work or it's a bad fit, it becomes apparent, but it's done rather than telling, it's doing with. So it kind of speaks to that virtue ethic perspective. Standard A3D, inability to give consent. So this involves when counseling minors or persons who have limited capacity to give voluntary informed consent. Vocational rehab counselors seek the assent of clients and include clients in decision-making as appropriate. So there are times legally where clients may not be able to give consent. What this is saying is, even if that's the case, say the parents are saying, we want our child to be engaged in this, we want them to receive this service, we still have a responsibility to work with that person and go through the same consent process and to seek their assent, and making sure that they are involved in that. The second part of this is voc rehab counselors recognize the need to balance the ethical rights of clients to make choices, the cognitive or legal capacity of clients to give consent or assent, and the legal rights and responsibilities of legal guardians to protect clients. So a lot of complexity going on. And the part for our conversation, I just want to go back to is the assent and following your clients and working with them and clarifying. And that's what the balancing, I think, is trying to get at, if there is disagreement between the client and the legal guardians. So then there's some more very autonomy focused standards in section C, which is advocacy and accessibility. And this is the preamble / introduction. And so this is not enforceable. These are more aspirational. And so this is where the language is a little different too than the standards I'll go into next. So voc rehab counselors are aware of and sensitive to the needs of individuals with disabilities, and recognize that individuals with disabilities are disproportionately represented in communities of color and are more likely to experience poverty, homelessness, trauma, systemic racism, and other adversities. So one of the things in section C, and in this iteration of the code, they actually added a whole new section on multicultural competencies. And like the ethics of being culturally competent, which previously had been in section A. And so that's new to this code, and that overlaps with this. But it's also speaking to the complexities of the Alliance clients' lives that you're serving, social determinants of health, housing, transportation. There was the example of, I think Paul gave of someone wanting a driver's license to get around, right? And realizing that their disability is very much disproportionately represented among people who are kind of below the income level that is considered in poverty. And this is across the world. So the standards in here kind of get more at autonomy and considering some of those complexities and really getting at advocacy. So standards C1B, self-advocacy and guardianship. Voc rehab counselors empower clients, parents, or legal guardians by providing appropriate information to facilitate their self-advocacy actions whenever possible. So this is a standard. This is an expectation. There is a virtue and principle ethic orientation towards this is part of the core of what we do. Second part here. Voc rehab counselors work with clients, parents, or legal guardians to support understanding of their rights and responsibilities and encourage them to speak for themselves and make informed decisions. So in standards, C1C is probably at the center of a lot of our presentation. Our content today is empowering the client. The voc rehab counselors work to ensure the voice of the client is heard, valued, and given full consideration by supporting informed choice and client engagement in decision-making and treatment planning. Second part here, voc rehab counselors foster self-advocacy skills of clients to achieve maximum independence. And so this goes into helping clients impact their environments. And I think it's one of the things I've always appreciated the most about rehab counseling. We have the counseling skills to help people feel better, to feel heard, but we also have the skills to help them impact their environments. And helping someone get a new job or a new place to live is going to fundamentally change a lot of things in the client's life and probably in the people closest to them. So those were kind of an overview of some of the standards. They're the main ones that are getting at autonomy. Like if I was going through the code and I was looking for support that I was going to advocate with a client, these are the ones I would pull from, which is what I wanted to give you. Not that you need to do that, but just realizing this is very much kind of codified. This has been structured within what rehab counseling is. And I think it's very much within the voc rehab policies as well. But these are kind of our guiding principles to our professional practice. So what I think I'm going to do here is I'm just going to read our scenarios briefly. We are going to take a 15-minute break. So in maybe 5 minutes or so, let me just kind of orient. We'll take a break. You can just give some thought to these over break or just take a break. And then when we come back, we'll do some breakout groups, and I'm going to assign different scenarios to different groups. And I'm probably going to do it in 2 stages. So the first set of scenarios are kind of thinking about client autonomy. They are thinking about it from a cultural perspective. And so, and this will help Natalie and I too. So I'm going to have groups 1 and 2, and we'll reread your names when you come back. So it's okay, because I would never remember what group I'm in, just for the record. But we're going to have groups 1 and 2 do scenario A. And that is, I'll read this. Your client, a member of the Lakota Sioux, recently lost her husband in an automobile accident. She reports that she saw her deceased husband and he told her, in quotes, to watch for the eagle. She has been maintaining evening vigils in wait of her husband's request. You became concerned because she seems to be experiencing hallucinations. At the same time, you're aware of how important evening vigils are for your client. And so the question is just thinking through what's going on here and thinking of the client, their perspective. And I guess I don't have a clear thing of what the client wants, but I think that some people seeing this would say we need to refer this person to kind of behavioral health, or do we kind of support this client in these evening vigils? And so that's scenario A. So that's going to be groups 1 and 2 when we come back. Groups 3 and 4 are going to have this scenario. Scenario B, Tim, your client, has a history of alcohol abuse and recently relapsed. The psychiatrist who manages his medications has suggested that Tim needs to be in a treatment facility, I don't have it fully on there, for his own good. At the client's next appointment, you as the VR counselor tell Tim that he needs to attend a treatment program. Tim is visibly upset at this news and replies that he has no desire to be in the treatment program. He insists that he had decided he wanted to try to see whether he could drink moderately, and that after having messed up once or twice, he has found that he can drink a little bit in a controlled fashion. As Tim's VR counselor, what do you do? In scenario 3, James is a client being seen by Dawn, a vocational rehabilitation counselor. James, a nurse, has been off on disability with a non-work related severe back injury, that has resolved into a chronic back pain condition. James has been out of work for 12 months, and his current physician says that he cannot carry out the physical requirements of his job. James is not willing to consider alternative types of employment because he worked too long and too hard to become a nurse. When Dawn, the vocational rehabilitation counselor, protests that James might injure himself further, he states that it's his life and he hopes she will advocate for him to get his old job back. If that is not possible, he wants a job as a nurse at a different hospital. What should Dawn do as the vocational rehab counselor? I'm going to go back a little bit. So that will be groups 5 and 6. And I will repeat the A, B, and C scenarios just to get you thinking as we, I'm going to hold off. What I am going to do is when we come back is I'm going to briefly just go back to the model. And I just want to highlight the kind of principle and virtues and thinking about what would inform your decision, because you may very much just have a knee-jerk reaction, and that knee-jerk reaction which is intuitive, may be what you ultimately end up doing. But in your group, I just want you to think of kind of playing the devil's advocate position, of thinking about how would you support your decision. So how would you either use the code or the decision-making process to support your decision? So a lot of times with ethical decision-making, what you do is important, but it's your rationale that's equally important, and then how you go about it. So that's what we're going to do when we come back. I think that, Natalie, if it's okay with you, I think now is a good time for a 15-minute break before we come back for the last part. But what do you think?
I think it's perfect. I'm going to actually hit pause right now.
Perfect. So welcome back again. I hope you had a nice break for those of you that are live online and watching this remotely. Where we left off is we kind of went through the CRCC code, some of the standards, and I just wanted to highlight this one more time of empowering the client and ensuring the voice of the client is heard, valued, and given full consideration. And I think that as we go through a couple scenarios here, I want you to think about that. In a couple minutes, we are going to go through the kind of do breakout groups, and we're going to have you do one of 3 scenarios. So if you're in group one or 2, you're going to do scenario A, and kind of whatever comes from it. If you're in 3 or 4, group 3 or 4, 3 and 4 is going to do scenario B. And then groups 5 and 6 are going to do scenario C. I would like one person from each group to be a kind of note taker who can kind of summarize your discussion. And I wanted to just return to the model real briefly to give you some considerations. And so I shared earlier this morning of a model of decision-making, ethical decision-making that had 4 stages. These don't necessarily need to be linear. And so I would say, especially for the purpose of today, I just want to highlight 4 things for you to consider. So in stage 1, it's about ethical sensitivity. And I want you to think of the stakeholders involved in your scenario. And I just want to highlight that in all of your scenarios, you should think of our profession, because how we handle ourselves in that scenario can have implications for the profession. So for everybody, I want you to kind of think from the profession down to the client, who are the stakeholders involved? A second component to consider is what are the ethical standards? So you could use the slide deck from this presentation to think of what, if any, of the ethical standards that I went over apply to this. You may come up with other things too. I don't want you to get too bogged down, but I want you to think about what information could you gather. And I would like you to think of that perspective of principle ethics. So try to force a decision. Either you're going to support the client or you're not going to support the client. I'll just put that out there. That's what everyone's decision is going to be. And I mean, of course, there's gradients in how you do that, but I want you to really, as a group, say, are we supporting the client in this scenario or are we not? And I want you to think about the ethical principles of autonomy. And often these scenarios are going to be autonomy versus beneficence or non-maleficence or justice. But just think through and you decide on the best course of action. So that's a second component to think about. The third one is more of a virtue ethics, and it's thinking about other factors that could influence your decision making. So this could be your own background, where you grew up and what you were told. This could involve contextual influences, how you think a supervisor would view you making this decision. If you make this decision, how and your family and friends found out, what might they think of you? And maybe that doesn't play a factor, but it's just personalizing it. And then the fourth thing is to think about what you would try to do. And so, this is just a part of the decision-making process. So in this case, if you're going to support the client's decision, then you would probably outline some of the steps you would do going forward. And maybe that would be putting some restrictions or some caveats or some documentation that you think would be important. Or it could be that you're not going to support the client. And in the same way, what would be some documentation to that, right? It wouldn't just be, I'm not supporting the client, file shut. It would be, I'm going to have to explain to the client that I have too many reservations and that, we need to step back and think about it. So those are the four considerations I'd like you to consider as you go through each of these scenarios. And so I'm going to go back to the three scenarios. So A, B, and C. If you Natalie has put the slide deck in there. So these are all towards the end. So I think there's slides like 51, 52, 50, they're at the end. I've kind of integrated them here just for my presentation, but they're at the end of the slide deck. So scenario A is groups 1 and 2. Scenario B is groups 3 and 4. And scenario C is groups 5 and 6. And Natalie, I'll let you stop the recording and give some instructions here. All right, welcome back, everybody. So I think we'll just go through these one at a time and kind of have the first group go. And so for scenario A, we have groups 1 and 2. And so I'll let group 1 go first, and then group 2 can kind of add things or kind of echo whatever fits. So in this scenario, we have a member of the Lakota Sioux who recently lost her husband. She reports she saw her deceased husband and he told her to watch for the eagle, in quotes. She has been maintaining evening vigils. The counselor has become concerned if she is experiencing hallucinations based on what she's seeing and reporting, at the same time aware of the importance of this for the client. So what came up for you in terms of, and I guess the idea here is supporting the client or not. And so I think it would be supporting the client on these evening vigils. But I'm very open to, I think a lot of with the scenarios I probably should have said too, sometimes you have to ad lib a little bit. So I'm open to any feedback in that regard. So group 1, what came up for you?
Okay, this is Angela. I'm from group 1. And so Dr. Hartley, the first thing we kind of had we were a little unsure what potentially was the problem with her holding vigil, honestly.
Good.
I think that I would personally ask I would have to ask questions like how long her husband's been, how long ago he passed away.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe some questions like culturally, what is, like, are there cultural beliefs that would make her experience with her husband perfectly normal? And if so, I don't know. I think I'd personally have to assess it to see where the problem lies, I guess.
Yeah, thank you, Angela. I think in reading this, I don't think I, as well as the other scenarios, really put down a problem, right? Which I could more. I think the idea is that depending on how long this went on, right? And I
Right.
think that's your point. So say it went on for, and I don't really have a lot of language of the client saying, I saw this, the significance of this. There doesn't seem to be any problems with it, like you said. I think
Yeah,
at the
'cause,
same.
I mean,
Go ahead.
people talk to their dead. I mean, my mother-in-law still does, and it's been a couple of years now. So, I mean, I guess
Mhm.
grief is as you know very well, grief is a very personal thing, and it takes as long as it takes. We did think that maybe finding out if there's any support for her in her community,
Hmm.
like a grief support group.
Hmm. I like that. I like that of thinking of how to help support the client, or just inquiring versus like, oh, everything is fine, depending how long it's been going on.
So what did you actually intend? Like, I guess what was your
Yeah.
thinking?
Yeah. I I think I can think of better scenarios now. I think I was trying to kind of come from a cultural perspective versus a more medical model perspective. And in retrospect, I think I probably would have added a bit more to this scenario. This is actually like a real one. This is something that came, but I kind of adapted it a bit, and I kind of got it toward, I was trying to get it towards client autonomy, but I think it's more about cultural awareness, which I think you spoke about. So one thing I guess I would say is something like, let's say, and this is another real scenario, and it was on a reservation in Arizona, is there's a family whose the child was experiencing pretty significant depression and quite a bit of mental health symptoms, but the family didn't want any mental health counseling or anything from like a kind of medical model lens. And they really wanted it to be community based, where there would be kind of more cultural events on the reservation. And the counselor was a little bit feeling like, well, this person maybe is at risk for suicidation, and the family and the client don't really want any sort of medical interventions, and was thinking about supporting the client's desire for that. So in this case, I was thinking of more supporting the client. But I don't know if that helps, but when I read it out loud too, I was like, yeah, I probably could have had some clarity.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So something I would like to think about, and I would love to hear from group 2 as well about this, even if your facilitator didn't put forth the best scenario, I can do better the next one. I do want you to think about the stakeholders, as I mentioned, and ethical principles, and then any kind of moral or kind of virtue ethics. And I think Angela spoke to that in terms of just normalizing grief and loss and what everyone went to, and then what you might want to do, which I also think, Angela, you got into of potentially supports, but more from a cultural perspective. So consulting with people from the Lakota Sioux around this, how long has it gone on? What's happening here if it's something that's outside of our cultural competence. So I didn't want to add that, but group 2, did you struggle with my scenario as well? Is there other things that came up for you in that struggle?
And group 2, just a reminder, Jill, Joseph, Femi, and Valerie.
We thought we were in group 6. We did a different scenario. We did C.
Hey, all
Yeah,
right.
we did see, yeah, we were in group 6, so
Well,
we did a different scenario.
that's fine then. We'll get to that one. Okay, good. I don't want to rob any of the groups of an opportunity. So let's forge ahead and let's go to scenario B next. Okay. So I think this one is laying out a client autonomy issue a little bit more clearly. We are growing here. So in this case, Tim, your client, has a history of alcohol abuse and recently relapsed. The psychiatrist who manages his medications has suggested that Tim needs to be in a treatment program for his own good. At the client's next appointment, you as the VR counselor tell Tim that he needs to attend a treatment program. Tim is visibly upset and replies that he has no desire to be in a treatment program. He insists that he had decided he wanted to try to see whether he could drink moderately, and that after having messed up once or twice, he has found that he can drink a little bit in a controlled fashion. So we have groups 3 and 4. Instead of me always who wants to go first? Group 3 or 4? Who wants to jump in first?
I'll come forward for group 3.
Thank
Christine
you.
Colon again.
Thank you.
We had an interesting conversation, and justifiably, we were a little bit on the fence in a debate. Half of us went toward giving the client that autonomy, and some others talked of, the psychiatrist and his recommendations should be more solid.
Mhm.
So the point of the psychiatrist, I think the justification that came up the most was he's on some medications and we don't know what those medications are. So maybe they would interfere with drinking, or maybe he wouldn't be able to take them if he drank, like things like that. Or just these are strict orders from a psychiatrist. On the other side of the debate, for me, the word suggested kind of stood out. And to me, it wasn't a mandatory requirement, but a suggestion. And so looking at it that way, and if the client is absolutely saying, I will not do this, then maybe more autonomy for the client, and thinking in terms of, like someone just said previously, providing resources for support groups, also strong motivational interviewing, to maybe help that client come to those terms on their own, and want to stop or go into a treatment plan or things like that. So I could see both sides, being justifiable in this, but that was what we were discussing and what we kind of took from it. And for the part of allowing the client, it was more, empowering him, his own voice and doing it his way, since I saw it as a suggestion and not a mandatory kind of requirement.
Thank you. Well, then I did my job with this scenario, didn't I? Where with this limited information, your group was divided. And of course, in a real life scenario, there's going to be more, and you would be able to test things out, right? So we have to be careful to say this is hypothetical, but I think we can all imagine something like this happening. And I hope we can all imagine different scenarios of what the outcome could be. So I really appreciate that, Christine. And I do have some kind of follow-up questions for your group. But first, I want to hear from the other group or other groups that did this scenario. So someone from one of the other groups, how does it fit with what Christine shared from her group, or what is different? We're getting to the end of the day, aren't we?
This is Jessica. I believe I was in that group.
Okay.
Hi there. So I think we just kind of talked about like informed choice.
Mhm.
You know, we can't really force the client to do something they don't wish to do or to participate in. But we did discuss like resources, like if the client's adamant about not wanting to go to treatment, just mentioning some resources that's available to him. And also having a conversation, like if this is like a behavioral health case, and if we're coordinating services with the behavioral health, just kind of having that discussion with the behavioral health facility that we're, you know, the client, it's an informed choice program, and that, you know, if like they have the resources too for a treatment facility, you know, so that kind of stuff, just having that conversation in dialect is what we talked about. And then one of my members also mentioned a great thing, a great theory, like another side to it was like, if the client did agree to treatment, you know, would it be something we can include into their plan? And then we talked about status 24, making sure, because we don't want to just close them out and refuse them services, because that's one of the things is that, you know, because a client is using substances, we can't refuse them services.
Aha. So yeah, that is an important point, isn't it? So I think the VR counselor telling Tim that he needs to attend a treatment program, you know, and it doesn't say or not receive services, it sounds like you couldn't do that, right? That would go against policy. And
Yes.
yes. So I think that's one thing to really point out here is telling Tim that he needs to attend a treatment program is taking it is too far. You might believe that, right? And it might be true too. Maybe Tim does. I'm not saying that, but I think it probably is overstepping to require it. And people can have different views on that too. But based on what you just shared, is it Jessica?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Jessica. I think that's a really important piece of information.
And another option that we came up with is also too, if he's adamant about closing the case because he feels he no longer needs us, just to reiterate to him that he can always come if he, you know, depending on what life path takes, and maybe he'll decide later on that he does need to go to a treatment facility and get sober. Maybe if he still wants VR services, just to let him know that he can always come back. That the VR door is not closed.
I think that's critical, right? And thinking of the long term of the message that would give to him. I think that's really important. And in creating this one, I was thinking too that he actually still wants to receive VR services. He just doesn't want to go to a treatment program. So basically, whatever services you were doing with him with VR, he's like, yes, I want to keep doing that. You got this kind of message from the psychiatrist that says that's worried about him and saying he really needs to go to a treatment program or suggests for his own good. But even if the psychiatrist says that, I think, you know, thinking of the client's rights to that. And again, clients have the right to make decisions that aren't in their best interest, right? And I don't know if that's the case here, but that's kind of what it's trying to account for. If you think of the principal ethics, right, Tim, it's kind of client autonomy. And then I think on the other side is probably beneficence to do good and non-maleficence to do no harm, right? And, you know, we do worry with substance use and anytime someone could be doing a risky behavior. So yeah, so I think there's also a lot of options, which I really appreciated of thinking of what you do going forward. I'll also say from the kind of virtue ethic perspective and kind of the more moral perspective, or, you know, there's a lot of, I think, misconceptions and stigma around substance use and alcohol. Yeah, oh, Cynthia. Job situation scenario. Oh, sorry, I see your comment is all I saw it. So I didn't put a whole treatment plan, but I guess what you're bringing up is, say the substance use Would there be some employment plans? Let me ask you this, Cynthia. Would there be some employment plans where this would be more of a problem than others? Someone that is using alcohol, that has a history of alcohol abuse and is relapsing, is doing harm reduction, but not abstinence.
Well, I always thought that the VR department, our RSA, is to get these clients employed,
Sure.
not to see if they need more medical attention or anything. I would think that would be like access maybe. But if this client, like, let's say, wants to be a truck driver and he has a
Thank you.
history of alcohol, then of course.
Thank you. That's, and I need to weave that in. So this is good feedback for me, but exactly, right? Versus a different, maybe it wouldn't, for the truck driver, maybe it would be a requirement, right? I don't know, but maybe that's going, and that would be part of the employment plan, which is what people brought up. Thank you, Cynthia. That's a really great point. Cameron.
And there's also, Mike,
Yeah.
there's also the piece of this where those with substance abuse disorder diagnoses are protected, their privacy is protected by law. And so some of this scenario would depend on that piece, whether the client obviously gave the consent, etc. Because to Cynthia's point, he was referred for employment, and so certain assumptions are going to be made. And so there's that little piece, that factor to throw in there.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. If someone else was going to say something too, please jump in. Or maybe not. All right. So let me think, was there, I think we got from both groups, right? Who did this one? Okay. All right. Let's move on to scenario C. Scenario C. James is a client being seen by Dawn, a vocational rehab counselor. James, a nurse, has been off on disability with a non-work related severe back injury that has resolved into a chronic back pain condition. James has been out of work for 12 months, and his current physician says that he cannot carry out the physical requirements of his job. James is not willing to consider alternative types of employment because he worked too long and too hard to become a nurse. When Dawn protests that he might injure himself further, he states that it's his life and he hopes she will advocate for him to get his old job back. If that is not possible, he wants a job as a nurse at a different hospital. Which group wants to start us off here? Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, Cindy said I can't talk too much though, so I better go quick. All right, so the first thing that was brought up, and it's great, it's do no harm. You know, this is kind of a client choice, and we want to support the client. We really do. But there's some negatives. His doctor says he cannot do it. So we would like, for example, a functional capacity test to be done with one of our PTs. But let's see what they say. Let's verify, because is the doctor a PT and is the PT a doctor? So, you know, if we could get past that, maybe that would be the do all end all. The PT says, well, you could do so much, or perhaps we just get you a back brace, some kind of assistive device, whatever that may be, that could let you do that job. But what if that comes back and he can't do that specific job? Maybe we go back to the hospital. We look at what other positions. I brought up an example. My sister, same thing, hurt her back over the years being a nurse. She was the person you talked to at the clipboard when you walked in the emergency room. She wrote it all up. She moved you in the rooms, didn't have to physically lift the clients, but was still on the diagnosed side and the directional side of what happened in the ER room. That's pretty much it. That's the way we looked at the whole thing. We really don't have all the information to make a good decision. We need the functional capacity test to come back. We need to see if there's other options for employment in the same style of field. And when he talks about maybe go to a different hospital, I think it's going to be the same problem everywhere. So let's just focus on what we could do where you are right now.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you. So yeah, brought up some really important points. Let's hear from the other groups and then we'll weave it all kind of together. So thank you, Paul, and thanks to the group. I appreciate that.
So I was group 6. This is Cassandra.
Okay.
We had the similar thing, you know, do the FCE, the functional capacity evaluation, and review that with the client to give them full, you know, transparency into the whole process, you know, after having a conversation. But really what the foundation that you want is to make sure that when you're meeting with this individual that you recognize and realize off the bat that this person went through something that was already devastating, right? So they're potentially coming in at you with a devastating scenario where somebody's telling them that their livelihood and the hard work that they did is not going to be appreciated anymore and they can't do it. So just talking about having, you know, more of the match of emotion when you're meeting with this individual, going through the process together, being transparent for why we would like to do a second functional capacity evaluation as far as what that may show. Paul hit on the accommodations piece, right? So the FCE might say, we need a back brace. You need somebody to do the heavy lifting with you. You know, you need a team lift, you need, you know, these things in place, or maybe you can only work a certain amount of hours per week. And we bring that to the attention of the employer. So those were some of the things that came up. And then also, just a couple things about brainstorming. Like, we don't know what type of nurse James was or how long he was doing it, but we had an idea of like telehealth is so prominent nowadays, you know, so speaking to not just doing, you know, reception or filling the rooms and the diagnosis piece, but also, you know, telehealth nursing positions that Brian brought up. And then just kind of working with the client to help them understand too, that being a nurse, you have your own ethical considerations that you follow in a code of ethics as a nurse. So we're not asking him to make considerations based on anything that should be abstract to him because he signed the code of ethics as a nurse as well. And so that was also brought up, you know, the safety of the patients is first. You're supposed to put the patient care first. Like, so those are all things that are not abstract ideas or should not be abstract ideas for somebody who has a nursing anything, right? Certification, degree, however far. And then Brian brought up as well, encouraging this individual to take this as an opportunity to grow in their field, right? Nobody says you have to stay in the current nursing position that you're in. Why don't you take this as an opportunity to be a supervisor or get, you know, your next degree or go for continuing ed and build into that? So those were all really like our top things that we wanted to consider on top of just, you know, seeing how much residual capacity he has, but also what are the considerations when having those difficult conversations about maybe you don't have to leave the nursing field. Look at how many other opportunities there are.
Thank you, Cassandra. That's wonderful. And we can kind of weave some things together. That I think there was one more group that did this scenario. Have all the groups had a chance to share what they discussed?
Yeah, we also did this scenario and basically said that we should be sensitive to the client's needs and look at a functional capacity evaluation, aka physical performance assessment, and look for, you know, options within that hospital, a different hospital, the healthcare profession where, you know, they could use their qualifications to earn a similar, you know, amount of pay, so it doesn't have to, you know, change their lifestyle, which I'm sure is, you know. But we also agreed that, you know, without a person on workman's comp can't get, you know, signed off on, their hospital's not going to let them come back to their position. There's no amount of, you know, disability law or anything that's going to make them take somebody back who a physician won't sign off on. But maybe with accommodations and suggestions in place, you know, that same physician would sign off on an altered release, you know.
Excellent.
where we were.
Thank you. Thank you to all three groups. And I think scenario C is the winner of my three scenarios in terms of getting at some of the points and where it really feels like the groups kind of dug into the different sides to it and really generated a lot of solutions and directions. And I just want to say I really appreciate, for me, it's kind of the art and science of vocational rehab counseling, of being really sensitive to James and having been told he can't do the job he was doing before that he valued, right? And being aware that that is an emotional reaction. That's very, it's very understandable if someone has an acquired disability, right? That shift. But then I heard also the opening of the door, like maybe these are other jobs. And I heard the science behind let's get the functional capacity. Let's really think about assistive tech. And then I also really love can we adapt the environment, right? Can it be a shift, be a nurse, but whether a couple great ideas. And so to me, that really kind of epitomizes what rehab counseling does well in navigating these, is approaching this from multiple angles. And so well done. And all three groups, and I do appreciate, I still think the first two scenarios were worth walking through and trying to tie in some different elements, but I think this group, this one really kind of pulled in the most.
Dr. Hartley, this is Natalie. I just wanted to, I'm not sure when this person chatted me, I feel like it might have been scenario B, but I think it maybe scenario C. But the person said the client needs to also consider the ethical and morale to the care of his patients he would come in contact with. Safety becomes an issue. And I'm thinking it probably is scenario C. And I just wanted to say, I thought that was another way, again, of being able to share something maybe with this individual for their own discovery. And, just given that, stated he wants to get his life back, I thought that was pretty smart. Well, what are the ethical and legal obligations even of a nurse, and to consider it that way?
Yeah, I really love that too. I love that point. And one thought is, it's kind of like the suggestion from earlier today is looking at the CV of an RN, of rather than telling to this client, but working with this client. And I don't know, it's like the Columbo, right? If you ever watched that show, like, oh, I meant to ask, like, what is the code of ethics for nurses? I mean that, but I just think there's approaches to it, right? Where the VRC isn't the barrier, isn't getting in the way of this, but is facilitating a conversation that maybe the client hadn't even considered, right? And as they get away from it, they start to think about this, and then maybe these alternative jobs, doing, virtual work or supervisory work become really desirable. But rather than coming from the voice of the VRC, it becomes part of the process. So I feel like that's been throughout today, that I just want to highlight. And I think these are really good points of walking through this. So thank you all for that work and your groups talking about these scenarios. So I have a few more points I want to make. I am kind of watching the time, and we got a little bit here, but what I would say is I did have two scenarios related to kind of advocacy. Sorry, let me go to where I am. And so these were also there. I'm going to read them. I think they're kind of straightforward in terms of there's some legal rights here. And I think that this is a pretty savvy group that would come up with that. So I'm going to read these, but then what I want to do is just talk about them in terms of helping the client be the advocate. Because I think in these scenarios, there's ways that the VRC could get involved, and in some cases should, or other roles of rehab counselors. But I want you to think about, how do we support clients? And maybe I'm going to go with this one, scenario E. So Quara Lee is a 30-year-old woman with bipolar disorder whose mental health symptoms have been relatively stable. Recently, she was hired as a sales representative for a rental car, sorry about that, agency. As I was putting together the slide deck, this was the last thing I was doing, so I apologize. She happens to be a natural salesperson and recently was recommended for a promotion. As part of the promotion process, Quara was asked to take a personality assessment, which she performed poorly on and was denied a promotion. Some of the questions asked about past emotional stability, and she answered these questions honestly. She is embarrassed and is considered quitting her job. And so I realize this is more someone that's already placed. And so, you know, you can imagine this, maybe it's relatively recently and you haven't closed this out. But I think the bigger thing I'll point out, and it's probably pretty obvious, is it's illegal, right, to do some of these and have that be the basis. So let's just be clear, this is illegal. But the question I have as I walk through this is, yes, you can become involved, but is there a way to work with this client that can be a process of self-determination, that can be a process of agency versus other people doing it for? And it's possible lawyers need to get involved if it came to that, but that's where I was going with these last scenarios. And what I wanted to just talk about for a few minutes is this idea of process again. So thinking of client autonomy as a process, thinking of self-advocacy as a process, and thinking of our roles as VRCs is to be guides and supports. And I think one thing that I think the best VRCs do is to do this stuff with their clients as much as possible. So in this case, this is a model that actually came out of the 70s or in the late 60s. And in a lot of ways, I think advocacy in the 60s was probably more progressive than it is today in a lot of different ways. But they talked about this, and then I've kind of written a little bit about this idea of self-compassion and self-advocacy, and thinking about advocacy, client self-advocacy as an intervention that can help promote that self-determination, autonomy, you know, within the person. So it's like by creating extra psychic change, by changing one's environment, we can gain confidence and feel better internally. So the model has 3 steps, which is education, facilitation, and implementation. So in a lot of ways, it kind of fits the Tarvitas model a bit, and actually the decision-making model we talked about, and this model of advocacy actually kind of informed that model too, to an extent. So in the education phase, you're kind of exploring the person-environment problem. And this is really a lot of gathering information. And again, the point is helping the client to gather information. So having this be a process of hopefully empowerment, or at least it sets the stage to do that. Like what's happening with this client is illegal, and kind of doing that information with the client and making sure the client understands they have multiple solutions. It would be very sad for this client to leave the job, right? We would not want to see that. That does happen though, right? And we do know that in terms of clients that don't want to address those things, and then maybe we have to get involved separately. But the emphasis here is really doing things with the client. And so education, really thinking through, would advocacy assist the client? And in this case, I think the answer is yes. Gather any and all legal information, which would be fairly easy to do. And there are resources to help clients with that you could refer clients to or work with clients on. I always think it's important to have multiple solutions or pathways. I really like the language of pathways earlier. And then also really working with the client to identify their preferred choice. So after gathering information, the facilitation phase is actually you trying to step back a bit. And if you're like me and reading that scenario, it has your blood pressure very high. You want to go in and really let the employer have it, right? Because can't do that. And so this is though the counselor pulling back a little bit and talking with the client about pros and cons and thinking through there are potential risks to advocacy and self-advocacy, having the client gain support from friends and family, thinking through what the client wants to do, whether that's a verbal altercation, verbally talking with the employer or doing written information, and also thinking of barriers and things that can help enable the client to be successful. The implementation phase is then kind of separate, and you would almost think of like when you're working with clients, and I think the self-advocacy can also happen within agencies. I heard a couple scenarios where clients have said, I within the VR agency, I don't understand this policy. Why can't I do that? And so I'm guessing there was these steps at some level of information gathering, asking the client, is this what you want? Is this what you want to do? Is this important? And then the implementation of actually making the formal request and developing kind of an action plan, and then lots of documentation. So, a lot of, I think, advocacy is really documentation and creating an advocacy file, and then, working with the client kind of on how they're feeling. So I just wanted to highlight that because I think it takes it a step forward with client autonomy, but I think one of the barriers can be clients feeling like they've tried things and they've been burnt before, feeling like they were unsuccessful, unsupported. And I think helping people create change in their environments is really a way to help people gain that kind of sense of autonomy and confidence. And so, in working with clients and helping clients advocate using things like written communication, so it's documented, it's not like a conversation that people can't refer to. There's lots of resources online these days. Promote a hierarchical problem solving and solutions. So thinking of steps, basically, step 1, 2, and again, pathways. I think this is all things I've been hearing from all of you today. Convey empathy, warmth, and respect. Role model assertiveness in a non-adversarial manner. And I think that's getting lost in our culture a lot, I'll just be honest, but how do you do that? And then role play conflict resolution strategies. So the point of this is A, to address the employment problem, right, of the promotion, but it's also to do it in a way that the client is feeling that the self-determination is growing and is identifying as being part of that versus the professional doing it for the client. And there's definitely places for professionals to just step in. But I think this is an important part of thinking about both client autonomy and this idea of self-advocacy. All right, I got to the end of our slide deck here. So let me think of kind of just a couple wrap-up points here, and then I'll have Natalie stop the PowerPoint. So don't stop it now, but let me just kind of think through just things to leave you with. The first is I really greatly appreciate your time and energy today. If I was going to ask you to walk away with anything, it's to feel valued in the work you're doing and to lean into doing, leaning in towards doing good, right? Versus being fearful of doing the wrong thing. Always consult and talk with people. And so never feel like you're in a vacuum if you're dealing with these things, but it's really just to celebrate the great work I think that has been happening in rehab counseling for a long time and continues to, and I think it can be some complex scenarios. One of the challenges I have as a presenter always is to make some of these complex scenarios digestible. And so I know I oversimplify at times. And what I appreciated the most today was hearing from all of you. And I hope that me trying to take what I heard from you and put it into this presentation made connections that reinforce the good work you're doing going forward. You know, you're doing great work. It requires kind of advanced degrees and, you know, highly educated individuals, and it requires excellence in decision making and in an understanding and almost internalizing professional ethics. So in practice, I know you're all facing, you know, very life relevant decisions for your clients and yourselves. And, you know, it's always about maximizing the benefit to clients while minimizing potential harm. And the part I was really trying to highlight in here is making sure that you really spend the time with clients and aren't make decisions for, but working with the client in whatever decision is happening. And I've heard a lot of that. I also really want to emphasize ethics as it is knowledge of codes, but it's also the way you do it and the way you approach these. You know, so to make wise decisions, you need good information. And I know some of my scenarios probably needed a little bit more information, but I think that I really appreciate where everyone went in thinking about you needed more information to make a decision. And so I think the final thing I'll say here, and it kind of ties in with the Tarvitas model, which is really guided the CRCC Code of Ethics over the years, is that balance of reflection and consultation. And so it's great to have a community like this where you can support each other and pull the clients into that. Like clients kind of feel that. And so my final piece here, and I heard it from all of you, is just follow the client. I gave you the scenario that we tell our master's students. Yeah, like micro skills, we're teaching you to demonstrate that you're listening, but my feedback to them is just listen, right? Once you get the skills, just go do it. And this is the same with caring and I think being an ethical, intuitive professional, which I'm hearing from all of you. So I think that is the end of the recording, Natalie. I'll let you stop it and we can do anything else we need to do.